उसकी जरूरत है?
A very good evening to all of you who are present here today and who are going to be part of the 4th ICC Summit on Gems and Jewellery. As you can see that we are fast approaching, in fact it's almost 4 or past 4 just a bit, when we are supposed to start our inaugural session. So can we request all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to kindly be in the mode for starting. Kindly take your seats and be absolutely ready, because we are going to go live in any minute now. As you know that we are having this particular summit in the blended format. There are people who are waiting for us and would be joining us virtually, and therefore it is all the more reason that we start on time. So can we request all of you gentlemen to kindly take your seats. We are about to commence our summit, and meanwhile may we once again request all of you to be in the ready mode. Keep your mobile phones silent, and we are absolutely going to go live in a few more minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, as there is no point wasting time. It's time that we start our summit, the inaugural session. As I have already mentioned that we are doing it in the hybrid format, and therefore there are very, very distinguished members who are waiting online, and we should not keep them waiting. So with your permission and with your cooperation, we are about to commence. Right at the outset, let us be thankful that we can actually see some glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. All the financial reports show that there is a surge in economic activity, and we do know from the market surveys that consumer interest in gems, jewelry, and gold are the consumer interest is becoming, it is on the upswing. At least in India, gold demand, as I'm sure all of you have noted with a lot of happiness, is fast climbing back to the pre-COVID levels. So in this ambience of cautious optimism, we find that it is all the more important to strategize, to plan, to think of the future. Hence, the Indian Chamber of Commerce has arranged for this 4th Gems and Jewellery Summit 2022 with this particular theme of Vision 2025. The future is now. You can understand the importance of this summit, as we are absolutely sure that coming together, brainstorming is going to give us many, many takeaways that is surely going to benefit us in future. So with these few words, can we start the inaugural session by lighting the traditional lamp? Once again, we are thankful that we can do it physically, being present here, the lighting of the lamp, the touch of fire, which is going to ignite our future. So may I request Mr. Pradeep Sureka, President, ICC, Mr. Vinod Bamalwa, Chair of the ICC National Expert Committee on Jewellery and Lifestyle, Mr. P.R. Somasundaram, Regional CEO, India World Gold Council India Private Limited, and Mr. Shubhankar Sen, who is the co-chairperson of the ICC National Expert Committee on Jewellery and Lifestyle. In fact, may I request all ICC Gems and Jewellery Expert Committee members to kindly join in the lighting of the lamp ceremony. If Dr. Rajiv Singh, Director General ICC, is he present here today? No, not yet. So can we request all those of you
can I request our special guest, Mr. Ashish Pethi, also to come up here for the lamp lighting? Mr. Ashish Pethi, Chairman, Gems and Jewellery Domestic Council, please come up here for lamp lighting.
Right.
Mr. Siddharth Sawansukha, Babluda, Mr. Prakash Pincha, Mr. Rajesh Nilkantha, you are all family, please come up in lighting the ceremony up. Please join us. Mr. Poddar, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. With the blessings of Lord Ganesh and the lighting of the lamp, we have officially stepped into the 2022 summit. The Indian Chamber of Commerce presents this summit on gems and jewellery. May I now call upon the stage for the inaugural session, Mr. Pradeep Sureka, President, ICC. Can we request you, sir, to join the others on the dais? And the others are Mr. Vinod Bamalwa, Chair, ICC National Expert Committee on Jewellery and Lifestyle, Mr. P.R. Somasundaram, Regional CEO, India World Gold Council, India Private Limited. Joining us virtually would be Mr. Prithviraj Kothari, Chairman, India Bullion and Jewellers Association Limited, and Mr. Sanjay Kothari, Chairman, Gem and Jewellery Skill Council of India, and Mr. Ashish Pethi, our special guest, Chairman, Gems and Jewellery Domestic Council, is present here with us today. And we would also request the presence on the dais of Mr. Shubhankar Sen, Co-Chairman, ICC National Expert Committee on Jewellery and Lifestyle, Mr. Arula Nandan, Director, Export Promotion, Gems and Jewellery, Department of Commerce, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, would be joining us virtually. Now that all our distinguished guests are on the dais, and of course, our virtual guests are absolutely ready and logged in. May we request Mr. Pradeep Sureka, President, ICC, to deliver the welcome address.
Good evening. First of all, it's really a pleasure to see people now. You know, we've been seeing people on the Zoom and people on the WebEx. I think we were getting tired. And it's good that people are getting together. It's good for the gem and jewelry industry, I think. You know. So it's really a pleasure and privilege for us to welcome you to the summit. All the people who are here physically and people who have joined us on virtual mode. The Indian gem and jewelry market is anticipated to project a robust growth in the next 5 years, with a CAGR of 8.34%, driven by changing lifestyle, rising disposable incomes, changing consumer preferences of branded jewelry products, and growing urbanization. Other major factors, such as product innovation and technological achievements, the introduction of new jewelry segments by market players, such as men's jewelry, costumes jewelry, lightweight jewelry, etc., are anticipated to further drive the growth of the Indian gems and jewelry market in the upcoming 5 years. My apologies, I did not welcome the dignitaries on the dais. And of course, some of the dignitaries who are joining us on the virtual mode. The Indian gems and jewelry segment is one of the largest in the world, contributing 29% of the global jewelry consumption. The industry, which employs around 8 million people, has truly brought sparkle to the economy and contributes about 15% of India's total merchandise exports. Exports of gems and jewelry are expected to hit US $40 billion this year and projected to reach $75 billion by 2025. Based on its potential for growth and value addition, the government has declared gems and jewelry sector as a focus area for export promotion. The government has undertaken various measures recently to promote investment and upgrade technology and skills to promote brand India in the international market. To name a few key initiatives which the government has taken, it has allowed 100% FDI in this sector under the automatic route, reduction in import duty for gold, silver, platinum, and palladium to bring down the prices of precious metal in the local markets. I hope this war doesn't upset this system. Hallmarking had made mandatory for gold jewelry and artifacts. The International Financial Services Center Authority and the India Gold Policy Center, IM, Ahmedabad, have signed an MOU to give expertise to help set up India's first international bullion exchange. IBE hopes to accomplish efficient price discovery, quality, and services that meet worldwide standards by doing so. Going forward, growth in gems and jewelry sector would largely be driven by large retailers and brands. With increasing penetration of organized players through variety in products and designs, established brands are driving the market and opening growth opportunities. Consequently, small businesses are facing challenges in upskilling and technology integration in order to keep pace and perform efficiently in this competitive business environment. Like in any other sector, the increased momentum in online sales generated during the pandemic lockdowns seemed to be sustaining itself. The current market for online jewelry in India is about $135 million and has shown rapid growth in the recent years, with a projected market of $2 billion by 2022. Online sales are expected to account for at least 1 to 2% of the fine jewelry segment by next year. With this background, the Indian Chamber of Commerce is hosting the 4th ICC Gems and Jewelry Summit, which will highlight and focus on various facets of the industry in the current climate. I am optimistic that this Gems and Jewelry Summit will result in constructive discussions and strong outcomes. With these words, I would like to invite Mr. Vimod Bamalwa, my chairman of the ICC Export Committee of Jewelry, to share his views with us. Thank you.
Good evening. Honorable Mr. Soma Sundaram, Honorable Mr. Ashish Pete, Honorable Mr. Sanjay Kothari, Honorable Mr. Prithviraj Kothari, Honorable Mr. Aruna London, Honorable Mr. Pradeep Sureka, and Honorable and my friend Mr. Suvankar Sen. Warm welcome to all of you. With an estimated 22,500 tons of gold owned by Indian families as of 2021, India is the second largest gold market after China. The total value is $1 trillion. And statistics show that we Indians are avid gold collectors. Kerala continues to lead this market, is the greatest gold market, with per capita consumption almost 6 times that of Goa, the country's second largest consumer. It was shocking news to me also. Increased urbanization, changing customer choices and lifestyle, as well as e-commerce, steadily absorbing a larger share of the previously physical sales, and other factors are pushing demand in India's gem and jewelry market. With around 5 million people working in this sector, embodying a huge pool of skilled manpower, the sector is a major driver of the Indian economy. However, there exists a huge potential for higher growth in terms of increased output, higher value addition, and possibility of moving up the value chain. We are following some policy drivers for unlocking the true potential of the industry, and progressive efforts are being taken to make the industry more organized and improve the quality of manufacturing by creating CFCs, common facility centers in identified areas, developing mega CFCs in major export clusters, creating jewelry parks at major manufacturing hubs in the country, mapping units, productivity, and number of workers in each of these clusters, and working out specific welfare schemes for health, education, and housing of the workers in these clusters. And as we saw in COVID times, that jewelry industry took really good care of its people. Some more policy measures like reduction in import duty are happening to revive the demand post-pandemic. The Union Budget 2021 had cut customs duty on gold to 7.5% from 12.5%, but had levied an additional 2.5% agriculture infrastructure development cess and other 10% social welfare surcharge on customs duty. Overall, the net import duty adds up to 14%, including GST, compared to 16% before the budget. The 2.19% cut juxtaposed against a 42% rise in gold prices since July 2019, when duty was last raised, was not a strong trigger for demand for growth. Budget 2022 mentioned that customs duty on cut and polished diamonds and gemstone would be reduced to 5%, and simply stone diamonds would attract no customs duty. Again, not sufficient to boost the market. To move up the value chain, the industry should produce products which cater to meeting the demands of the millennials, explore tie-up with renowned and international and domestic retail brands, look at developing segments like exports of silver, imitation jewelry, and colored stones. The industry should also ensure that all transactions are traceable with end-to-end tracking and work toward restoring credibility in the system. It is indeed heartening to know that many players are working towards it. In light of all of these, we welcome you to the 4th ICC Gems and Jewelry Summit 2022, hosted by the Indian Chamber of Commerce, to discuss and deliberate on the key issues. Thank you. May I now invite Mr. P.R. Somasundaram.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. As every speaker before me said, it's an absolute pleasure to see people physically and be in a physical setting. I think this is the second one we are attending this year. There was one on Saturday, and we were not definitely going to miss this. And the last time before COVID, we had the physical event was the same ICC event in a different venue. And we just were hoping that we will come back to have an event in Calcutta, so it's absolute pleasure to be here. I have a personal relationship with Calcutta. For many of you who don't know, I used to work here in Levers and Hyde Road, Brookbond here. Those used to be the places where I spent my earlier years. So it's always with great fondness that I visit Calcutta. I'm very, very pleased to be here. As Mr. Bamalwa said, it's a very, very big industry. We all know, so we don't need to talk to each other about how big our industry is. But just to give you a couple of facts, last year, I'm talking about the calendar year, India bought the highest quantity of gold. I'm talking about the consumers, 800 tons, which has never happened since demonetization. So, and this is despite the prices going up very sharply. Of course, it softened for a bit, but it is still lifetime high prices, around 50,000 rupees. If you really translate that into the amount invested in gold, it is over, I'm talking purely gold, it's over $55 billion. That's the amount of investments that have flown into gold. Now, what does that mean to us? It means, it tells us how important this business is, not just for the industry itself, it's a very, very large business, for the consumers who are trusting us to put $55 billion every year, and also for the government because it has implications for the macroeconomic situation. So I'm just going to highlight a few things because there are some very, very interesting sessions that we are going to have, and I'm very pleased for the first time we are picking up about the Karigars. And so I really congratulate ICC for bringing that into focus. And Shivankar, when he and I spoke, we said, yeah, now we have to look back. If you look back at the 5 years, we have made some good progress. Hallmarking, we never thought it will be made mandatory. 20 years we've been working as World Gold Council. It's actually a reality. GST, 4 years ago, we were wondering whether it would really settle down at all for this business. I think the industry has been brilliant about implementation of that. So, and similar is the case with the exchange which has come in now. We never thought that India will ever come out with an India good delivery. Of course, it is not fully in place, but if you really look at the last 5 years, there are many things that we can be proud of, clearly. But again, if you look at the future, there are many things we need to take care. And when we say, what do you take care? Because the whole concept is about the future of this industry, we got to be also looking outside, not just amongst ourselves. Far too long, we've been engaged with each other and with the government and duties, etc. So what I would definitely ask ICC also is to take a leadership in one or two of these issues and actually, encourage debates and recommendations to the government on these. Let me highlight a few. We definitely need to see globally what's happening to this market. There's a lot that is happening on the technology front. I'm not going to go into a list of all that is happening, but certainly as an industry, the associations and institutions like ICC need to step back and say, truly, let's look at what technology is doing to this industry and what technology can do and take some leadership position there. Let's not be very clear. Technology does not just mean digital. It means much more than that. So what is happening to this industry? Absolutely, we need to take leadership, not just in the debates, but in actions as well. Hallmarking came out with an excellent thing. I know there are some difference of opinion about the HUID, but if you really look at it as a technology solution, that's where we need to lead the world with. On the retail side, if everything can be tracked digitally with a HUID, probably there are some teething issues there. We need to take it to the world rather than be engaged with ourselves. So one is definitely technology. Second, with the exchange coming in, as Mr. Sureka said, we now are going to have not only an international bullion exchange, we're also going to have a domestic exchange. So along with that, obviously, the support functions like good delivery, audits, everything will develop. It will be good for our refiners. But what we need to do is actually develop the recycling market in a much more organized way. Absolutely important. Third, I would definitely say, look at what is the conversation in the world on ESG, environment, social governance. I think we need to just bring it up front. India has now committed, India is in fact very aggressive. I'm talking on one aspect of ESG, which is climate change. But the ESG is a broader initiative. We need, as an industry, to take care of this. And that's why I'm very happy that we have this conversation about karigars, because you can't have the industry with a $57 billion, and if you take the rest of the jewelry items, probably we are talking about $100 billion. You can't have a $100 billion industry where the karigars don't have proper working conditions, and some of them, I'm not saying the organized, and there is a big gap between organized and unorganized. In a short time from now, the world will say, unless you certify that the entire environment, social governance framework in producing jewelry is certified, we're not going to buy from you. It will affect even our exports. So we need to be clear. Look at what has the diamond industry done to it. So the same thing has to come, and it is the right place as well, because Calcutta is the seat of manufacturing. So obviously it has got to lead the way. And as I said, you have to look at innovation. It's not just about technology. You've got to look at innovation. Innovation is not about new designs alone. Yes, new designs matter a lot, but it's not just about new designs. Innovation is about everything that we do. And that's where I go back to my first point. Technology, innovation, I think it is time for a young India where millennials, we want millennials to buy more gold, to take the leadership in this. Finally, as I said in my Saturday discussions as well, industry needs to tell the government, 5 years from now, where does this industry want to be? What will be the definition of this industry? What will be your volume? If you simply say, yeah, from 800 tons, I want to be 1,000 tons. Yeah, that's one way of defining a vision. But that's very myopic. We got to tell the government, not expect it from the government. We got to tell the government, this is the vision for the industry. 5 years from now, this is the total volume, this is the amount of recycling, this is what we will do using technology, this is how we will reduce cash in this business. You know, everything that the government is working on, we just can't be at cross purposes, even in the slightest manner. We got to work with the government, we got to take the priorities and enrich our customers. So it's a great 1.5 days of discussions, and look forward to the discussions, and thank you very much for this time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Somasundaram. That was a wonderful route map to being future ready. Thank you once again. We have Mr. Ashish Pete with us today, our special guest, Chairman of Gems and Jewellery Domestic Council. May we request Mr. Pete for his address.
Namaskar, Kolkata, and good evening to everyone. Mr. Surekha, Mr. Bamalwa, my friend Som, Prithvirajji, who is with us virtually, and Sanjay Kothariji, Mr. Arulanandan, and my friend Swankar, and all the distinguished guests from gems and jewelry industry, and my friends. Good evening. It's a pleasure coming back to the ICC summit. I remember 2-3 years back I was here when Shankarda had invited me specially for hallmarking. So this ICC event will always have fond memories for me because of Shankarda. We all miss him. I was at the same event that Som was there 2-3 days back, and it was really a wonderful feeling to meet people in person, talk to them, actually hugging people. So it was, the times are changing, and that is good. All our esteemed guests have told you what the macro picture of our gems and jewelry industry is and what is happening. And they have given an excellent roadmap as to where to get to. But at GJC, we are engaged with the government for every small and nitty-gritty or every issues that are faced by IAS. So as a policy, we have taken a specific call that yes, we will engage with the government and try and solve the issues that the jewelers or our industry faces on a day-to-day basis. So we have tried to engage with the government, may it be in hallmarking, may it be in PMLA issue or GST issue. So that has been our policy, and that we have continued doing that. Because many a times the government has the right ideas or the right direction it wants the industry to move into, but many a times the ways of implementing are a little tricky at the ground level. So it is as a council or as all the industry bodies, it is our duty to engage with the government and be the link between the industry and the government, and try to find a win-win solution for all of us. And I think all the associations are trying to do that. So it is always better to engage rather than to be in a conflict with the government. I'll give you a small example. We were in the expert committee or in the advisory committee for hallmarking. So it has been an excellent 6-8 months of interaction with the government. And I think we have almost, solved 80% of our issues. There are some issues which are still pending, like decriminalizing the hallmarking law, or clarifying the point of sale, whether it has to be first point of sale or last point of sale, and removing the cancellation of license. There are a few issues which we need to clarify. But moti, the government has understood that the industry wants to support hallmarking because it's going to finally benefit the industry, and it's also going to benefit the end consumers. Apart from the macro issues, I think on a day-to-day level, most of the jewelers are facing these issues. For example, GST rates are still at 3%. When the GST rates were decided, it was the principle was taken as a revenue equivalence, where the previous to GST, whatever the revenue was being generated from a sector, the same revenue should be generated after GST. So we were at a 1.25% GST, and now we are at 3%. So I think all of us should represent to the government and insist on getting the GST little lower. All of us have been saying that we have 20 to 25,000, some estimates about 28,000 tons of gold domestically. And there is a huge pressure, as Som said, that about $50 billion of imports are happening. So there is a win-win solution for all, that the GMS gold monetization scheme has to be made a success by the industry participation. But there has been a long-standing demand from the industry that the government should not ask any questions up to 500 grams of gold, maybe per family or per individual. Because many times women get their stridhan or old heritage or old passed on gold is with them. So it becomes difficult for them to, give reasoning or give purchase proof of that gold. So if 500 grams per family is exempted from any questions being asked, I think more gold will come into GMS, and it will be win-win for all. The bankers will earn money, the jewelers who will in turn get the gold will benefit, government will benefit with less pressure on balance of payment. So I think this long-standing demand has to come in. Our one more demand which has been met is including the jewelers in the GMS. So we are happy for that. I think cash purchase limit also is one thing. Sorry, I'm going into nitty-gritties because I know these are the issues that we generally don't discuss in these forums, but they are the ones who are hurting us day to day. Like EMIs for 22 carat to promote gold jewelry. So these few things we will continue to discuss with the government and explain to them. But I think what we need to focus on is taking our gem jewelry trade, as we call, from trade to an organized industry. And for that, we have to, change our mindset. The jewelers, because not just the metros, maximum jewelry is sold in the hinterland, in the smaller towns, where people are, managing their own businesses. But that, galla, as we call, or the cash counter, people are afraid of leaving that galla. So they are still wanting to sit there, do every transaction themselves, get every cash in their control. So till each and every jeweler moves out of that mindset, कि मुझे गल्ले पे बैठना है, we cannot professionalize. And the moment the owner moves away from galla, Somji, your dream of cashless will come true. Because as long as the owner is sitting at the galla, cashless will never be there, because he would always want to get the maximum business. Because issuing bill or invoice for every transaction or avoiding cash, those things have to be done. And one more request that I have for all the associations, including ICC and even all the national associations, is that we should have a youth wing for our industry participants, because I'm seeing a lot of younger generation moving out of the business because they are unhappy with the way current generation is running the industry. So they are, kind of averse to coming to this kind of industry, because the world is moving in a different way and they are not comfortable. So we have to, as councils, as industry organizations, have to start, youth wings and attract our younger generation to this trade, because they are the future. And before I conclude, I have two more things. Firstly, skilling of our karigars and their working conditions is of utmost importance, because finally it is through their hands that all of us are making money. So it's important to give them the best working conditions and upskilling them. And since I have this August gathering, I will not let the chance go away. I would like to invite all of you in Mumbai from 3rd to 6th of April for our maiden B2B show, India Gem and Jewelry Show. And all of you are most welcome. Thank you for the opportunity, ICC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ashish Pethe. Thank you for reminding us of the ground realities that has to be dealt with to move forward. Thank you once again. Mr. Arula Nandan, Director, Export Promotion, Gems and Jewellery, Department of Commerce, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, is waiting for us virtually. So it is over to Mr. Arula Nandan.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening to everyone. As you know, as we all know, that gem and jewelry sector contributes to about 7% of gross domestic product and about 10% in our exports. And given the reality of exhaustive resources in natural diamonds, the importance of lab-grown diamond is gaining ground. As we all know this aspect, and I would re-emphasize this. Also, the fashion jewelry is one of the potential subsectors we are looking at. And some quick statistics that the current exports up to February 2022 is at a level we have reached pre-COVID level, and it was about 33 billion pre-COVID level for 11 months, and now it is about 35 billion exports. Our emphasis is on the ease of doing business. And given our India's skill set in silver jewelry, and also, as we all know, that India is world's 4th largest gold jewelry exporter with about 11% share internationally. And India has the potential to increase its jewelry exports by design innovation and moving up the value chain. At this juncture, I would like to mention that we are very happy to note that artisans from Bengal, with their skill set, have contributed immensely to domestic as well as export market. With this background, I would like to take you to a view of few aspects and which are also part of your agenda. That is, one is about India International Bullion Exchange. Quick points from our side. and Kimberley process scheme and diamond, that is, and again hallmarking, which Mr. Ashish Pete was mentioning. And of course, e-commerce and latest budget announcements and how it is going to positively impact our sectors. First, I will quickly take you through the budget announcement, what has been announced in the last budget. Number one, to give boost to the gem and jewelry sector, the custom duty on cut and polished diamond was reduced to 5%. And we are expecting that this is expected to boost exports of studded jewelry and also help increase the employment potential domestically. Number two, as you also would have noted that the sawn diamond would attract nil customs duty. This was very a pertinent issue the industry has been raising from time to time. And our department has recommended this same. And with this announcement, we are expecting the improvement, further consolidation and improvement of India's share in the diamond sector. That is 92% of world's diamonds are cut in India. And by value terms, it is 75%. Third aspect of this budget announcement was that the e-commerce, which is a very important aspect to all of us. And it is affecting across the sector. And in the run-up to the e-commerce sector, I would like to make mention of few aspects. That is, even before this announcement, there has been efforts for ease of doing business. And in November 2020, the Department of Revenue has come out with a regulation that courier export import do not restrict export of gem and jewelry. This was one clarification. And again, in June 2021, we wrote to Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, and they have amended their order of September 2004 that had restrictions on export of gold and jewelry exporter and other precious or semi-precious items through courier bags and unaccompanied consignment. Through the amended order, which was amended recently in June 2021, jewelry and other precious or semi-precious items are now exempted from such restrictions, and to give big relief to the sector. And also, some of you would be aware that Department of Post had already issued an advisory to field formations for not insisting on taking postal insurance while exporting through post. And of course, I would like to mention that Department of Post had also introduced international tracked packet services for United States of America. With this background, we again took it up with the Ministry of Finance, and which you all are witness to such a change in the regulatory framework. And by June 2022, we are expecting announcement of regulatory framework by this. And this, we are very sure that this will overcome an adverse effect and impact of COVID pandemic, besides creating business opportunities in B2C, not B2B, B2C exports aimed at international customers. Next, the fourth aspect of budget is that the fashion jewelry, or you call it an imitation jewelry, was one of the most affected sector because of low cost and below market price import of certain raw material, which this division and department has taken up consistently with the Ministry of Finance. And now you see that 400 per kg. There is an introduction of rupees 400 rupees per kg, or 20% of the value, whichever is higher. And this is a milestone in this sector. And the present exports at 150 million in the imitation jewelry. I am sure that this is one of the title theme of this very conference, this fashion jewelry. And we would happy to listen from you that how the industry is poised to grow up. And again, there are some smaller aspects of rhodium. Rhodium import duty has also been reduced, which we are expecting some cost reduction in the supply chain. That is, and making India more competitive in the process. And of course, EC export credit line guarantee scheme, which has been extended to March 2023. We are happy to learn that gem and jewelry sector with 90% of at MSME is really getting benefit, and this has been one of the morale booster for the trade at this when the COVID pandemic struck us, and it helped increase the working capital of the operators at every level. Now allow me to mention few points about the India Bullion Jewellery Exchange, India International Bullion Exchange at IFSA Gandhinagar. We all know that this was part of Union Budget in 1819 and also in 21-22. We are expecting this establishment of this bullion exchange as a common regulated marketplace would offer a more efficient buyer-seller platform with efficiencies through better linkages, price discovery, quality assurance, and traceability of transactions. And necessary amendments in gold import policy of gold has already been made by DGFT and RBI for import of gold through this IIBX. IFSA has also defined qualified jewelers now at 25 crores. As Mr. Prithviraj Kothari is also here amongst us, and he was one of the members who was consulted among the trade bodies. And it started with about 75 crores, and Department of Commerce has recommended to be 25 crores to make it more equitable and competitive and reachable for the qualified jewelers. This is about IIBX. The next in line will be this Kimberley process. Like you would expect that what is this Kimberley process is doing this and how India has been contributing. India is not a producer of diamond. Yes, India though may not be a producer of diamond, it imports about 92% of the diamonds that are produced elsewhere, and the polishing takes place here. Now, very interestingly, there are attempts to redefine the definition of conflict diamond, and we have successfully thwarted those attempts as of now, and till the next review cycle, this issue has been permanently dropped. And more important aspect to this is World Diamond Council's system of warranties. When the 2002 this KP was introduced, there was a system of warranties introduced by World Diamond Council. That is, the seller will notify the next seller, next buyer, and that buyer will notify the next buyer about the absence of diamonds which have contributed to various illegal activities. Now, very strangely, this system of warranties was recognizing this conflict diamond. But whereas there were attempts to redefine this conflict, redefine this aspect and introduce various activities such as human rights, labor rights, anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism financing, and anti-corruption. As we all know that there are various international forums to take care of this aspect, and India has always been in the forefront to address these issues effectively within the domestic laws. So in a way, we took a stand that these should not be part of KP, and the system of warranties being introduced by World Diamond Council should not come up. And we have successfully, India with the help of certain other countries, could make this happen. This must be a big relief to the entire trade. As Mr. Ashish Pete was mentioning that painstaking efforts have gone into the hallmarking, and the Department of Commerce was consulted. And with respect to export, there is certain exemption given. And in order to make that a foolproof system, we have invented a system of standard operating procedure, which helps in giving clarity as well as ease of doing business. That has been successfully implemented. Of course, the issues that have been from time to time pointed out by the industry is being looked up at by the Department of Consumer Affairs and BIS. Okay. Dear friends, in the coming years, growth in gem and jewellery sector would largely be contributed by the development of large retailers and brands. Established brands are guiding the organized market, whether we like it or not, and are opening opportunities to grow. Increasing penetration of organized players provide variety in terms of products and designs. I am sure such conferences help in improving the India's already available skill and poising our country to the niche market of brand establishment, and which will be witnessed in few years down the line. And there are certain schemes which the Export Council has implemented on health schemes, and I would request if the organizers could look at enlarging such schemes for the benefit of the workforce. And this is one of the themes, that welfare of the workforce. And for more details, the Export Council could be contacted for this. And friends, I'm coming to the end of my speech, that I'm very sure that such events do help the industry to highlight and focus upon various aspects of the industry under the current circumstances. I wish the event a grand success. With this, I would like to thank the organizers of this event, Mr. Pradeep Sureka, President ICC, and also the ICC Expert Committee, that is Mr. Vinod Bamalwa, Chair, and also Swankar Sen, the Co-Chair. And I would like to thank Prithviraj Kothari, that is Chairman, India Bullion Jewelers Association, and also Mr. Sanjay Kothari, who is one of the doyen of this industry. And he is also, I could see him virtually sitting there. And Ashish Pete, one of the active members. I'm very fortunate to be amongst this august guest. And we look at this ICC in the perspective that it's not something that we speak here. It is something that we would like to hear and understand the industry in a better way, so that we do justice to the purpose we are holding offices. Thank you very much. Good day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arulanandan. And once again, joining us virtually is Mr. Sanjay Kothari, Chairman, Gem and Jewellery Skill Council of India. He's waiting for us. We are hoping to connect with Mr. Sanjay Kothari. Yes, sir, we can see you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
My colleagues of the industry, first let me apologize for being late, and I'm thankful to ICC for rescheduling my slot from 4:30 to 5 o'clock. My flight got delayed, and because of that, it has to be rescheduled. Anyway, good afternoon, friends. Mr. Pradeep Sureka, President ICC, Mr. Suvankar Sen, member of the expert committee of ICC, and Mr. Bamalwa. It is always a pleasure to be in Kolkata, a jewellery hub of the country, and maybe I would say the world. The majority of the experts, the expert karigars, expert artisans are coming from West Bengal and mainly from Calcutta. And the whole jewellery industry has been flourished because of that. So I'm thankful for calling me here in Calcutta, and it is always, as I said, a pleasure to be in Kolkata. Now coming to the GJSCI, people must be knowing, all of you might be aware that this Sector Skill Council of Gems and Jewellery is one of the 30 councils envisaged by Government of India way back in 2012. And it is a combination, all of us are nominated members in the board. It consists of the Gem and Jewellery Export Promotion Council, Gem and Jewellery Council of India, that is GJC, earlier GJF, SIPS Association of Mumbai, and Jaipur Jeweller Association. All four associations got together, nominated their members, and we are part of that. I am representing Gem and Jewellery Export Promotion Council. Now the job of GJSTI has been to continue to serve the industry by upskilling the existing workforce of the industry and get new people in the industry, and to look after or to take care of the jewellery segment which are already not there probably or are dying. For example, the heritage jewellery or some of the other jewellery which people are not looking at from the export point of view or from the domestic point of view. So our job is to do that. And since last about 8 to 10 years, we have been trying to do that. I'll give you a simple example that heritage jewellery, whether it is Bidri, Tashika, Tashkari, Theva, all these arts which are there in the industry, in the country, have been dying down. We under GJSCI have been trying to gather them, take a stall in exhibitions and see that they are exposed to the industry at large. And we are trying our best to do that. There are various arts which, if given Philip, I'm sure would go a long way, not only in the country but in the export sector also. The other main event which we have done last year was that IJES, Indian Jewellery Excellence Symposium. You might have heard about the Santa Fe Symposium, which takes care of the technology upgradation, technology, new innovations in technology of the jewellery manufacturing and the management of the jewellery factories and the organizations. Since last few years, Santa Fe has stopped. And since last 1 year before, in 2020, we did it. In 2021, we could not do it because of COVID. And we plan to do it in 2022. It was very well attended. About 30 speakers from all across the world were there. And about 300 attendees were there. It was simultaneously held in 2 rooms. And all the issues of the jewellery manufacturing, whether casting, designing, artificial intelligence, virtual jewellery sales, online jewellery sales, the management part also of HR and a lot of other things were covered, and people appreciated and they attended in full vigor. And we wish that we'll continue to do this in 2022, hopefully by in the second half of this year. The other important thing which we have been doing is the Design Connect. We believe that a symposium called Design Connect, the majority of the designers which are coming out of their schools or the institutes, they may not be knowing the big jewelers. If they want to approach, say, Senko or Tanishq or Malabar, they cannot access, they don't have an access to them. So they have to go through via some of their friends or relatives or organizations. And in the same way, if the organizations or the big retailers want the designers or big manufacturers want designers, they don't have an access whom to approach. So we try to do this seminar twice. Every 2 years, every 1 year, we try to do it and see that the designers and the jewelers or the manufacturers come on one platform and then they can take it forward. It has been successfully done twice, once online and once offline in Mumbai. We wish to, after this COVID is over now, we wish to take it to different parts of the country also. And we want to continue this process of connecting the designers with the big manufacturers and the retailers. The other important thing which came after IJES, and few of the people who are sitting on the dais are witness and they have supported it, is the artificial intelligence segment. In IJES, one of the major speaker, Dr. Deshpande, who has been having a deep knowledge of artificial intelligence, he presented a paper and we tried to find out whether it can be applied in our industry or not. Today, in a large scale, it is applied in healthcare and automobile and some other industries. And once we have that symposium, once we understood that gentleman who gave us the presentation, World Gold Council, DBS, all of us got together. Mr. Som has been a great supporter of it. GIA, all of us got together, understood it again, and thought whether it can be done in our industry or not. Then we appointed a consultant, tried to look at the possibilities, what are the difficulties of the industries, whether it is in manufacturing or retailers. And we came up with the conclusion that yes, it can be implemented, can be used in our industry. So now we have joined hands with IIT Mumbai. IIT has been doing this whole project. Government of India has been sponsoring it fully because they have also been presented to them and they also have convinced that yes, it can be implemented in our industry. We have started with the casting project. By end of March or the 1st of April, the first cut of this casting project will be out, wherein in casting, every manufacturer has to do one piece of casting of jewelry 4 or 5 times. Once we apply this artificial intelligence and machine learning, we are sure that it can come in one shot. So by that time, you will be able to save the time, you will be able to save the gold loss, man hour, lot of things would be saved. The same thing can be happen, and we have started simultaneously with the retailers also. And in retailers today, they are producing 100 designs and then only 10 are selling. So why produce 100 designs? Go for only 50 designs, and from there only you can have 10 sales of 10 designs. That project is also ongoing, and within a year's time, I am sure that also will be out. The 4 companies of forecasting in manufacturing and 5-7 companies of retailers have volunteered themselves, because it is a collection of data. It is a hard work. Not only that they don't have to spend money on that, but the collection of data is a challenge, because all of us are laymen. We don't know how to collect data. So GJSCI along with IIT are trying to help them to collect the data. How to collect that? Ashish Pete is one of the retailers who has already volunteered for this. And I'm sure within 1 year's time, we'll be through with this project. Once this artificial intelligence is used in our industry, believe me, it will take industry to different level. Nobody in the world of gem and jewelry industry has applied this artificial intelligence, whether it is US, Middle East, Europe. None of the countries have applied. None of the jewelers have applied. Individually, some people might have taken a little bit of it, but on a large industry scale, we probably will be the first. And when it is out, or by the 1st of April, first cut will be out, I'm sure that by 15th of April or 1st of May, we'll be able to open it to all the manufacturers. We will have the scientists installed in our offices. They will handhold the people how to collect data. And I'm sure the industry would it will take us to different level. And as I said, within 1 year's time, we will have the retailers also coming up onto it. Now, after once it is done, and then once it is formalized, we'll see what are the other difficulties and which are the other problems which can be solved by using artificial intelligence and machine learning. And then we'll take a call on that. IIT has been with us since 2 years. Because of COVID, it has got delayed a bit, but it is now on track. Now, the other thing which we have been doing is, apart from the Heritage Jewellery and Design Connect and IJES and JADE, is a training center. We have been opening a training center as a pilot project in SEEPS in Mumbai, wherein about 3,000-4,000 square feet has been given by the SEEPS Association to us, to GJSCI, and it will be because manpower is essential. A lot of people, as Ashish said, a lot of people are not coming to the industry. Youngsters are not ready to work in the industry. And the way demands are of the jewelry, not only in domestic, but the export market, we want to see that more and more manpower comes into it. And with the support of the industry, it is all financed by the industry companies who have volunteered themselves. And we are going to start that by the 15th of April, hopefully, or latest by 20th of April, and see that every 3 months, 75 students are coming out of it. We'll have 3 courses: casting, polishing, finishing, and filing. 3 months course would be taught to them. We are paying stipend to them. And once they are out after 3 months, guaranteed job is there. We want your support to see that it is publicized properly, and such centers should be open in different parts of the country. And Calcutta is the main hub. We would like to share, once this is over, we would like to share the full details with Kolkata and see that how the jewelers support it, and we can open it here in Kolkata also. Because West Bengal, this is the beginning of it. Upskilling of the artisans is different matter. That we are calling the trainers from abroad. We are having the training trainers program, and all those things are already online, and we are able to do that. But to get new people into the industry, this is the first effort we are doing. And government of Ministry of Commerce has given a good amount of money to create a common facility center in SEEPS in Mumbai. And same thing probably will happen in Kolkata and Bangalore or Chennai, wherever the jewelry manufacturers are there and the retailer support is there. So this is a nutshell which what we have been trying to do. And I need the support of the local bodies or local jewelers, because because of the COVID situation, Government of India is probably short of finances, and we will have to collect money from our CSR funds. And CSR funds are, we have got the permission to get the CSR funds, and we want to do these type of projects in different parts of the country also. So not only to get new people, but to upgrade the existing skill of the artisans also. And for that, we have been having a tie-up with one German casting expert, one US casting expert. All of them, because of COVID, could not come. But now we will start call them and see that they our people are trained properly to take the industry to different level. We may boast of our jewelry industry that it is so big, so much export. But believe you me, till today, hardly any companies are exporting or manufacturing for the world brand, whether it is Cartier or Tiffany. How many companies are manufacturing for them? Probably none. The reason being the workmanship, the design aspect, everything is lacking in our industry. And for that, our efforts are on to see that within a year or 2 years' time, we should be able to cater to this large brand of the world also. The other project which we have been doing is the Skill India. You might be aware that there is a skill competition happening in the world of gem and jewelry also. Since last 5 years, we have been taking part in it, and our boys have got bronze medal twice wherever it has happened. Every year, every 2 years, it is happening. This year also, it will be happening. And industry experts are being called to teach them, and they are being trained. If you want to know the details of it, my office would be able to tell you the full details of it. But at present also, the boys who are learning or taking advantage of these skills or upgrade their skills is from a Chennai-based company who has been supporting every year, VBJ. They have been sponsoring this, that every year the student comes, you make them come our factory, let them stay there for 6 months, 1 year. We will train them and see that they have the laurels, they bring laurels to the India by winning the not only bronze but silver and maybe gold. So all efforts are on, and we want the support of the industry stalwarts also, because to do all these things you require funds. And as I said, the ministry, our ministry or the commerce ministry probably is short of funds because of COVID. A lot of funds have been diverted, and I appeal to all the jewelers and the retailers and the manufacturers to come forward, support these all initiatives of GJSCI, and see how we can benefit, not only beneficial to our industry and to us, but to people at large and the nation also. So these are the few things which I wanted to highlight on, and with my best wishes for this ICC summit. And I wish that this goes on very well. And last year also they had invited me, but due to other circumstances, I could not make it. And this year I said to Suvankar Sen that I'm sure I will be able to make it. Even if I'm out of station, I will come and see that by 4:35 I'm on line with all of you. Thank you so much, and good luck and best wishes for the ICC summit.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay Kothari, for connecting with us, for joining us. And of course, we were benefited by the drift of his valuable opinion. Mr. Prithviraj Kothari also awaits us. He's the chairman, India Bullion and Jewellers Association Limited. We will now connect with Mr. Prithviraj Kothari. Sir. Sir, can you? Yes.
आवाज आ रही है मैं?
हाँ, एकदम.
सभी को सादर जय जिनेंद्र, प्रणाम. मंच पर विराजित हमारे जेम एंड ज्वेलरी के सभी स्टॉलवर्ड को मेरा नमस्कार. आईसीसी समिट 4 मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि आपने हमें इनवाइट किया. Since 2014, the government of India has initiated a series of holistic reform to make the India gold and jewelry industry world-class by setting up world-class institutions, business enabling regulatory framework, aligning with the global standard, and enabling product innovation. I wholeheartedly thank the government for its proactiveness and consultative approach in executing the reform in the industry. As we all know, India's gold import touches a record high of $55.7 billion in 2021 as compared to $22 billion in 2020. As a price drop favored retail buyers and pent-up demand emerged for wedding that we were delayed when the pandemic first hit. In volume terms, India imported 1,050 tons of gold in 2021, the most in a decade, and for moreover 430 tons import in 2020. आपने देखा होगा लास्ट 2 साल के कोविड के पेंडेमिक के टाइम पे इब्जा ने काफी गवर्नमेंट, वर्ल्ड गोल्ड काउंसिल, एसोसिएशन, सब एसोसिएशन और बैंक्स के साथ में मिलकर हमने बहुत काम किए, जिसमें हमने सबसे पहले इंडिया गुड डिलीवरी, जो हमारा जो लोकल जो गुड्स रहता था, द डोमेस्टिक गुड्स, द एक्सचेंज कैन नॉट एक्सेप्ट, तो हमने सबसे पहले इंडिया गुड डिलीवरी जो BIS और NABL रेप्लिकेट रिफाइनरी है, उनके जो बार्स होंगे जो NABL किए हुए, वो बार को MCX, NSE और BSE के ऊपर उसको एक्सेप्ट किया जाएगा. उसके सेकंड, उसके बाद में द इंटरनेशनल एक्सचेंज IBX इज अ रियलिटी नाउ. Gold and silver coming into India will be through the IBX. This will instill more confidence for international seller, increase transparency and better price discovery. इसमें हमने qualified jewelers के through, जो qualified jewelers है वो jewelers वहाँ से डायरेक्ट इंपोर्ट कर सकता है, जिसमें हमें नॉमिनेट एजेंसी की जरूरत नहीं रहेगी. पहले हम जो भी इंपोर्ट करते थे वो बैंक के थ्रू करते थे, अब हम इंपोर्ट डायरेक्ट वहाँ से कर सकते हैं. मोर टेकिंग अबाउट द डोमेस्टिक एक्सपोर्ट एक्सचेंज, आपने अभी हाल ही में हमने जो इब्जा का जो सबमिट किया था, जो 11th and 12th मार्च को सारा स्टार मुंबई में, जिसमें हम लोग 800 डेलीगेट्स थे, वहाँ पे हमने NSE और इब्जा ने मिलके स्पॉट एक्सचेंज, एक सेपरेट स्पॉट एक्सचेंज लॉन्च करने का हमने जो एक MOU साइन किया है, जिसमें EGR के थ्रू गोल्ड ट्रेड कर सकते हैं. द गोल्ड EGR इज वन ऑफ इट्स काइंड प्रोडक्ट इन द वर्ल्ड. EGR turns gold into security for a perpetual period. The benefits would be the investor will participate, redemption will happen, and at the same time financing would also be possible. उसके बाद में हमने सिल्वर ETF, जो काफी सालों से पेंडिंग था, सिल्वर ETF को लॉन्च किया ऑन इक्विटी मार्केट में. तो बहुत सी चीजें अभी काफी चेंज हो रही है. द वे ऑफ ऑनलाइन बिजनेस काफी बढ़ रहे हैं, द वे ऑफ सॉफ्टवेयर, नई नई टेक्निक आ रही है, टेक्नोलॉजी आई है, तो हमें भी हमारी इंडस्ट्री को टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ में चेंज होना पड़ेगा. मैं एक बार फिर से धन्यवाद देता हूं ICC इंडियन चैम्बर कॉमर्स को 2000 समिट की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं. आई विश कि समिट रिजल्ट लाए और मैं आपको बहुत बहुत शुभेच्छा देता हूं. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prithviraj Kothari. So, to conclude our inaugural session, may we now call upon Mr. Shubhankar Sen, Co-Chairman, ICC National Expert Committee on Jewellery and Lifestyle, to propose the vote of thanks and for his address.
So before Shubhankar comes on, gems and jewelry is not my industry, but hearing our experts, Ashish ji and Som sir here, for Vinod and Shubhankar, I think Bengal being the main manpower supplier, one thing I could take up that it's already on your agenda. So I think at ICC we should commit ourselves to skill development and take Mr. Kothari's help in what he's doing. And we should engage with the West Bengal government and the Labour Department and the Skill Department. The second thing, with Mr. Ashish ji said that we have a very strong YLF. So we should involve some of our youth into your committee. That would probably give you a little more. We probably don't have to dye our hair off soon, a little bit. If we take them. And the third thing which I want to suggest or advise my fellow members, colleagues on my committee, is B2C in export. I mean, I was with a friend of mine from Canada yesterday, and I was very surprised to hear that Manyavar has 2 or 3 stores in Canada. So why can't you or Vinod or Sovik have a store up there in Canada? I mean, Punjabis there also have shadis. The Tamilians there also have shadis, yeah? So why aren't we selling our stores directly? Collectively form a store there. Collectively form a store if individually it's not viable. So Calcutta, I want to see a Calcutta store up there. Huh? Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to give the vote of thanks for this august occasion. My first gratitude would surely go to the august presence on the dais, Mr. Som Sundaram, Mr. Ashish Pethe, Mr. Pradeep Surekha, Mr. Aruna Landanan, who's joined virtually, Mr. Sanjay Kothari, Mr. Prithviraj Kothari, and Mr. Vinod Bamalwa, my chairperson. All the guests who are present here, a really warm gratitude because you've taken time out from your busy schedule, but without your presence, the event wouldn't be successful. And all our sponsors who's supported this event, let us all agree that, you know, there is a saying which says that what Calcutta thinks today, India will think tomorrow. And we have been doing this ICC Gem and Jewelry Summit, this is the 4th year. And in our day-to-day busy schedule, we keep working, solving the daily operational problem. But it is such platforms in which you all get together and we can address of the issues of not today or the issues of immediate tomorrow, but we address issues which are of the future, 5 years, 10 years down the line. And that's why we have called ourselves Vision 2025. And today, whatever discussions we shall do today and tomorrow, it is not that what is happening today, but what could happen tomorrow. And that is what we need to keep in mind. There are various issues that our honorable speakers on the dais and off the dais virtually have spoken of. And as we begin the various sessions that will begin, we just need to keep a few things in mind. One is that who are we all doing business for? That is the consumers. We are surely fighting amongst ourselves, trying to build a brand, attracting customers. But the question here is that as an industry, it is not about fighting just with each other, but fighting with the other industries. If we have foreign brands who are coming into the country and taking a share of the wallet, as a gem and jewelry industry, what are we doing to make sure that the new generation customers or our consumers are not spending money on the other industries, but getting attracted towards our industry? Mr. Som Sundaram very rightly spoke of ESG. Now, these are very new concepts. We at the industry level need to understand that what will be the implication, because that is what will drive the consumers of tomorrow and the regulations of tomorrow. Environment, social and governance. So as time progresses, we all need to understand that we need to be governed, we need to be regulated, or it will happen even if we don't want it. So mentally, we need to prepare ourselves, because that is going to be one of the bigger, I wouldn't say challenges, but disruption and an opportunity for the future. What is the impact that our industry is doing on the environment? We are using, in our manufacturing processes, various techniques which might be good or might not be. So how do we make sure that we are not harming the environment? Because the future consumers would be keen to understand from the industry that what are you doing about it? The karigars that we have been speaking about, sitting here in Calcutta, we all know that this is the hub of karigari. Most of the karigars are made here today. So what are we doing about it? Through Skill Council, through upgradation. In our industry, we are very proud to have women present in this auditorium. But can we not have more and more women, a diversified workforce? The futuristic work that is happening, we have certain stalls here on artificial intelligence. We have someone coming here from the CVT, the lab-generated diamonds. Now, who are they headed by? By women. So we need to understand that ultimately we are here for the consumers who are mostly women. So in our industry, these aspects becomes very, very critical, that we become some kind of an industry that the world will look at, the government will look at, and make sure that we keep growing year on year on year. And lastly, when we talk of transactions, the system of monetary financial transaction, why not we talk of giving loans against the jewelry? Here we have EMIs for every product, but not for gold jewelry. And through the process, if we all come together, we ask the government and take the help of World Gold Council, that if there is a structure in which consumers can actually take loans to buy gold jewelry, it is not that we can only improve our business, but gradually the industry will shift more and more towards a much more organized, formal way of doing business. And lastly, we need to understand that the industry is a very vast industry. There are big players, medium players, small players, karigars, single store jewelers, chain stores. And we need to create an ecosystem in which everyone is able to survive and work together in the ecosystem. It cannot be encouraging any form of oligopoly, any kind of, something that only few people can drive a larger market. We need to build that the industry grows together, and we all here present in the dais work towards a very bright future for the jewelry industry. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much. We will conclude this session by requesting the President, ICC, Mr. Pradeep Sureka, to felicitate our guests by presenting them with mementos. Mr. P.R. Somasundaram. Thank you so much, sir. And we express this with this memento. Mr. Ashish Pethe, our special guest, thank you so much for coming and joining our session. And also to his committee member, Mr. Vinod Bamalwa, Chair of the ICC National Expert Committee on Jewelry and Lifestyle, and the co-chair of this committee, Mr. Shubhankar Sen. Thank you so much. Right. So with that, we come to the end of our inaugural session. We'll continue with our session, the following session 1. Right after taking this photograph, we would like to move on with the next session, which would talk about startups and artificial intelligence, which has already been mentioned by Mr. Sanjay Kothari, and technological disruption. May I request Mr. Vinod Bamalwa to kindly stay back, because he would be the session moderator. And the participants are Ms. Pooja Shet, founder and MD, Limelight Lab Crown Diamonds. We have Ms. Meghna Saraugi, founder CEO of Mirar, and Ms. Sania Duggal, mid-market and startup lead, business application Microsoft. So with these three ladies now gracing the dais, we would request Mr. Vinod Bamalwa, Chair of the ICC National Expert Committee on Jewelry and Lifestyle, to take over as the session moderator. After this, we are going to have a second session, and then of course there's this very, very interesting and entertaining fashion show. But let me talk a little about tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a full day's session. We are going to commence at 10:30, and the session would last the entire day. So we absolutely believe in starting on time. So do be with us at 10:30, by 10:30, well in advance, tomorrow in the morning. But that's tomorrow. Right now, we are going to have our technical session 1, where we discuss startups and artificial intelligence, as also technological disruption. I would now request the moderator, Mr. Vinod Bamalwa, to take over and introduce his panelists. No rest for Mr. Bamalwa, as he has to come and join right after the inaugural session. But he's the man who's going to take this session forward. And may I request Ms. Pooja Shet, Ms. Meghna Saraugi, and Ms. Sania Duggal to join the moderator on the dais.
So I am literally the odd man out. Well, at the onset, I would like to welcome Sania ji, Pooja ji, and Meghna ji. And I've always been a tech enthusiast who likes to be abreast with the technologies, kya chal raha hai, nahi chal raha hai. But over the last 5 years, I've seen that technology has grown by leaps and bounds, so much so that it's sometimes very difficult for us to understand what is going on. And most importantly, yaar, mere dhande mein iska koi use hai kya? We hear words like AI, machine learning, ERP, and lots of other buzzwords. But end of the day, if it's not making me money, maybe it's just a video game. It's not useful for me. So with that, I would like to start this panel discussion. And I would like to start first with Sania ji. So Sania ji, you are from Microsoft. And Microsoft has been doing some amazing work with the technology. In fact, I was researching and there was an artificial intelligence design project by Microsoft. There were 2 Microsoft interns, I think, on jewelry designing. But before we go into that, could you tell us in brief about what Microsoft is doing for the jewelry industry? A very brief idea at first, and then we'll go a little bit deeper because I know you have come prepared.
Thank you so much, and it's a great pleasure to be here amongst all of you. I was actually pleasantly surprised and very, very thrilled that all of the keynotes that we heard in the last hour or so definitely had some or the other mention of technology and how it is impacting the business. Because that is the fact, right? Technological disruption is just everywhere, and right now it's not just a buzzword. It's not just a buzzword. It is here, right? As the agenda of the summit says, the future is here. So Microsoft, it's all about technology, but it's not about just technology. So technology, in my opinion, is not an end in itself. It's the means to an end. And ultimately, the end is what the business gets out of it. Is it the impact on the P&L? Is it happy customers? Is it satisfied employees? Is it improved productivity? Is it getting insights? It is that final end and not the means that makes technology how important it is.
Thank you. So, Pooja ji, you are next. So, no other word draws so much surprise as a lab-grown diamond. And some of us actually wonder, yaar, ye cheez kya hai? So, could you please start, by telling us about lab-grown diamond and how they are made, and what is your role in it, and then we'll come back.
Absolutely. Firstly, thank you, ICC, for inviting me to a panel that is with other women. So I'm very excited to be on an all-women's panel with Vinodji. Thank you, Vinod sir, for having us here. Yes, I think lab-grown diamond has become the new buzzword in the industry, and there's a lot of talk around it. At the same time, a lot of misrepresentations on the lab-grown diamond. So what is a lab-grown diamond, right? I think काफ़ी लोगों ने सुना होगा कि हाँ कुछ बन रहा है, कुछ it seems like an artificial diamond. Fake, artificial are more of the words that are associated with this diamond. But it's not true at all. Lab-grown diamonds are the test tube babies of diamonds. Right? The best way of understanding it is a test tube baby. जिस तरह हम DNA test tube baby में genes को एक अलग environment देते हैं develop होने के लिए, but the end result is a human being. Exactly the same way, lab-grown diamond में एक natural पत्थर को लेते हैं, natural diamond, उसी का एक layer cut करके उसको plasma reactor में डाला जाता है. then the exact same environment that the diamond gets below the surface of the earth is recreated in the plasma reactor. The same temperature pressure, the same gases are infused, and under that temperature pressure, carbon, diamond is nothing but made out of carbon. Carbon slowly starts separating and starts forming layers on top of this natural diamond seed. And at the end of it, the end product is an absolute real diamond, rough. And then the cutting and polishing of this rough diamond is exactly the same as it would be for a natural diamond. So why then would anybody opt for a lab-grown diamond? Or what are the benefits of a lab-grown diamond in today's day and age? I think the biggest benefit that we all must, consider is the fact that lab-grown diamonds, the technology is completely made in India. So today, I belong to this brand called Limelight, and we belong to the Bhatwari group. India today produces about 15 lakh carats of lab-grown diamonds. It's the largest CVD diamond producer in the world. And of that, our group produces about 12 lakh carats. So the idea that I'm willing to tell to people is that this technology is completely made in our country, which is making us now the principal owners of the diamond. Back in the day, all we did is diamonds came from the mines, we cut and polished it, and we sold this beautiful product to the world. Now we have the ability to have our own mines through technology and produce the diamonds and at the same time cut and polish it. So I think it's a very interesting opportunity for us as Indians to look at this product. And at the same time, the previous panelists spoke about ESG, which is something that's not just in the minds of, industry, but in the minds of the country, at the country level, where our, Minister Modi ji, our Prime Minister Modi ji is talking about making India carbon neutral by 2070. It is these kind of environmental friendly products that is going to help us achieve our ESG goals. Today, mining, of course, has its own environmental damage, which is completely eradicated with a technology like this. So lab-grown diamonds ends up being an environmental friendly product. And because mining is not involved, we save up on the mining costs, which is why it becomes an economical product as well to the end consumer. So the whole aspect of sustainability is always surrounded by economical, environmental and social benefits, and all these three is something that a lab-grown diamond caters to. So these are the benefits in my view of why one should look at a lab-grown.
Well, I have few more questions, but we'll come back to you. Now, Meghna ji, you are a jewelry tech startup, and you are solving one of a particular problem that all the jewelers face. So I would like you to tell us briefly about, what you are doing and the magic behind it.
Thank you so much, firstly, for having me here. And glad to be sharing what we've built in the last 4 years. So yes, we were probably one of the first few tech startup focusing for the jewelry industry. And I'm not a jeweler. I don't come from a jewelry background. And probably that was a reason it was a little difficult for me to understand the mindset. As you rightly said, AI, AR, ML, they're all buzzwords. For jewelers, it's very difficult to identify, is it going to make sales for me or not? Because end of the day, everyone's end goal is to increase sales. You don't want it to be just a game, right? And that's what we figured out in the last 3 years as you. So I'll briefly tell you what we do at Mirar. For every jeweler, manufacturing and then holding inventory has always been a challenge. I mean, if you have 10 stores, you cannot have all the inventory in all the stores. And that was the first problem that we wanted to solve, which was let jeweler store more inventory virtually, digitally, and let customers experience it through augmented reality. And what augmented reality does it, you just come in front of a camera that tracks your face, actually track 140 points on your face, and through that, they track your ears, neck, probably forehead for mang tika, nose for nose rings, and products like this. And they make you virtually try the product, experience it on yourself in the exact size, so you can imagine how a product will look when you are actually wearing it. That is how we started. What we realized is, and in all the sessions that I've been hearing, it was a pleasure to see everyone talk about technology. Everyone is going e-commerce. Everyone wants to have global, be a part of the global market. Now, once you have an e-commerce platform, when a person comes to your store, they still can touch and try a few pieces. But especially in an e-commerce environment, people cannot touch. That is when something like augmented reality, clubbed with artificial intelligence and machine learning comes in. So imagine you go to a website, every product that you are seeing, you're able to experience it on yourself. So firstly, what that has done is increase the consumer time on your platform. So they get more involved with the brand. The add to cart has actually gone twice. So that means the chances of you selling a product is 2 times more than what actually it was. So, coming to your concern, Noji, I think we've been seeing real results, and not just we, but there are dashboards. Through artificial intelligence, you can do so many things where you see real data of how many people trying it, how many people adding to cart, how many people actually buying it after adding to cart. So these are real data that is going to help probably every jeweler increase their business.
Okay, that partially solves my question. Again, we'll get back to you with deeper. Again, coming back to Sania ji. So, can you please help us decode these buzzwords? I know you have a presentation, and I would like you to invite, I would like to invite you to start the presentation and take us through what's in store for us, what's happening in the tech world, so that all of us are on the same page and we can take decisions today which will impact our future tomorrow.
Okay, perfect. I hope I'm audible and not too loud. Okay, thank you. So I'll be talking about what technological disruption is, and especially in the gems and jewelry industry. But first of all, I would like to say, welcome to the digitally disrupted world. Startups, or as they are today called, digital natives, because they're born digital, right? They've not been taught digital, they're born digital. Artificial intelligence, and then wearable jewelry. You wear a bracelet, it tracks everything that you're doing, just at the same way that your watch does, right? They are a norm today. They are no longer something which is futuristic. They are no longer something which is in development. They're here and existing. And what are they doing? They are disrupting your industry. Now, this word sounds familiar, but I think it's often misrepresented or misinterpreted. What typically happens is, so you are an organization in an ecosystem, an industry which is functioning. What you are doing is within your control, but what you cannot control is outside, right? It is external to you. And disruption happens in this external sphere. What exactly happens? So new startups come into the picture, new technology comes into the picture, new kind of products come in, business models come in, even new channels come in, right? And the most important thing, new kind of user experiences come in. When all of these factors come into play, they disrupt what you have been doing for the last so many years. So as Mr. Vinod was just saying, right, कि मैंने पिछले 5 सालों में जितना change देखा है, शायद उससे पहले सालों में उतना कभी नहीं देखा था. This is what the actual impact of digital disruption is. The whole point that we are today spending so much time together discussing about it and having it top of our mind in each of our conversation tells us that the time to act is now. But the point is that why is it making a difference to us? What is it that the consumer is getting out of these new models, new channels, new products that we are not able to provide? I will call it, I will actually put it into 5 C's. First of all, with a lot of new startups coming in, business models coming in, channels, etc. coming in, the customer is getting a lot of choice. Look at the example of Melora. What they have done is, they have brought fast fashion model to the jewelry industry. This model was previously not there, if you look at it that way, right? In the clothing and apparel segment, Zara was doing this. So Zara came into the picture, they brought in the fast fashion model. Something is on the ramp in Paris today. It will be in the Zara stores 3 days from now. No other business has been able to replicate it. That is what fast fashion is. And Melora, along with a lot of others also, brought it to the consumers in the jewelry and in the jewelry industry. So the consumer today has choice. Second, the consumer has the option of reduced cost. Now, how is that happening? Carrot Lane, look at them. They're manufacturing their own diamonds. They have low overheads because there are very, very few stores. They are running an internet business, so customer acquisition is comparatively easier. And what are they doing? They're passing on some of this benefit to the consumer, giving them a cost advantage. Third is convenience. I think Bluestone has been around for too long, right? So e-commerce definitely brings in the factor of convenience. Then is control. If you look at the number of things that you will be able to do with just having an e-commerce presence or otherwise being digitally present using digital technologies, you will be giving control to the consumer. And last is customization. So previously, how did the traditional models function? Jewelry is manufactured and then it comes back to the stores, and then consumers go to the stores, they pick a product, they like it, they don't like it, they purchase it, right? But with customization, with organizations like these, there is just a catalog of products, lakhs and lakhs of products up there on the site. You book the product today, it will be delivered to your doorstep within 5 days. How are they managing all of this? Does that not ring a bell? Is there something that they are doing differently that probably we now need to adopt or escalate, like amplify if you're doing it already? Let us talk about something which is, I think, already been discussed quite a few times earlier today, but kind of bringing more of a kaleidoscopic view to it. What does the 2025 industry really look like? It is going to grow, for sure. The numbers might be different on different platforms, but it is going to grow, that is for sure. There are 3 primary trends which will drive it. First, customers are looking at more branded options. FMCG mein hai, retail mein hai, yahan bhi chahiye, right? Second is more digital. Online jewelry sales are expected to grow to 20% of the total sales by 2025. And third is more sustainability focused. We just talked about lab-grown diamonds. I don't think I need to say more. This is just a small graph from McKinsey showing the same statistics. Now the question is that if we now know if we are able to predict what is going to happen in the future, and we also know where we are lacking, right? How do we respond to it? What do we do today? Because we are not digital born, we are not digital natives, but we can definitely bring in that change, right? How do we respond? There is just one way to respond to digital disruption, and that is digital transformation. Remember the first line I said. So externally, whenever things change, it is digital disruption. But when we are able to change something internally, it is digital transformation. We can only transform ourselves. The industry will anyways disrupt itself. Now the question arises कि ठीक है digital transformation करना तो है पर कैसे करें और कहाँ से शुरू करें? Where do we really where do we really start from? There are actually 2 areas. If you condense it, if you look at all the different areas, there are just 2. Transform your operations and transform your customer interactions. One interaction, one operation, one step at a time. It will move towards a holistic process of transformation that you can definitely achieve in a couple of years or months. That depends on what you plan for. Technologies, as I said, technology is a means to an end. It's not the end in itself. The end is to be able to transform with the industry before it outpaces us, but technology can definitely aid you. All of these are different ways: artificial intelligence, virtual augmented reality, 3D printing, Internet of Things, etc. Let me give you a few examples. They might still sound like buzzwords, so let us talk about a few small examples. So how can you apply digital to your operations? For one example, which Mr. Vinod was just mentioning about, artificial intelligence is in designing, and it has actually been implemented. So what really is artificial intelligence? We just feed so much data into one single entity that it is able to make a prediction basis the data that it has been entered into it. It is like behavior, right? It is like human behavior. We learn a lot about a person and then we just know what that person is going to say next or do next, just by the past behavior that we have understood from that person. The same thing can happen with the machine. So once we feed a lot of data points into that machine, it is able to predict what could be the next one. And Microsoft actually did a small program testing this out with gems and jewelry designing. They fed a lot of data into a machine so that it was able to actually create a design for jewelry. Some simpler examples, if I could put it that way. If you have to digitally transform, or at least begin the process of transformation, probably first thing, do I at least have a dashboard view of all my operations? Do I have that data visualization or that presentation where I know what is happening, where it is happening, when it is happening, and where can I actually improvise? If your questions are not answered, probably it is a good time to be on the roadmap of digital transformation. On the other hand is customer interactions. So there are augmented reality tryouts that we have already discussed about. There are personalized recommendations that you get on the site. Are you able to recommend something? Are your systems or your IT, is it able to recommend something to a customer basis on what they bought previously? Maybe not, but that is a possibility. And the question, where do we start? Think about insights. I'll just put in 3 keywords there, okay? Think about insights, think about connectivity, and think about agility. There are, of course, many different products and solutions available in the market, but I will only talk about the ones that I have first-hand experience with and the ones that I deal with every single day. When you think about insight, think about Dynamics 365 and what can it solve for you. Dynamics 365 is a ERP solution from Microsoft, which includes finance and operations, CRM, and other areas. When you think about connectivity, I think all of you would have heard about Teams or would be using Outlook or would be using PowerPoint, Excel, etc. This just increases the level of connectivity, and the COVID time has, I think, proved that enough for us. If you're thinking about agility, where do all of these things in the infrastructure come in from? They come in from Microsoft Azure. And if it is still not like connecting a lot of dots, let me talk about a small example. So there is one of the leading jewelry brands in India that we recently worked with. The background being it's a manufacturing company with 4 factories, 4 sales offices, and they were using 172 business applications for capturing data. Now, if your data is stored in so many places, where and why and how will it ever give you any kind of insight? It is just not possible. The solution, one of our top partners in India, Nimbus Systems, they implemented Dynamics 365 Finance and Operations as the solution. But the more important part is that what was the end result? From a situation of actually having no inventory books, the state has changed to having a dashboard of sales, production quantity, everything. And this is not just for 1, 2, 50 or 100 users. This is for 700 plus users. I'll repeat what I said initially. Technology is the means to an end. The end ultimately has to be a very good impact on your profit and loss statement, on your operations, on your connectivity, on your agility, etc. Looking forward to the rising technological disruption and technological transformation from this room itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Sania ji. So, आप लोगों को इसमें presentation दिखाई दिया होगा, मेरे को उसमें homework दिखाई दे रहा था. Lot of homework to be done. So, digital disruption buzzword तो है ही है. कुछ बात आपने दिखाया है कि ये इस रूट से अपने कर सकते हैं, फैक्ट्री का एग्जाम्पल भी दिया है. एक बहुत छोटी चीज़ जो है वो है कि हम डेटा तो जनरेट कर रहे हैं, चाहे वेबसाइट से हो, चाहे कैसे भी हो, पर उस डेटा का यूज़ कैसे करें? इन अदर वर्ड्स, हाउ डू वी मेक सेंस ऑफ द डेटा? इट्स टू मच डेटा बट नॉट इनफ विजडम. तो अगर उसके बारे में अपने कुछ आप कुछ बता सकते हैं तो.
I think it's a very, very simple answer, right? You can't manage what you can't measure. You can't manage what you can't measure. तो अगर आपका डेटा 10 अलग सिस्टम्स पे है, डेटा कैन बी एनीथिंग. मेरे कौन से कस्टमर ने क्या खरीदा, क्यों खरीदा. And I will quote an example from a different industry over here. So one of the leading hotel chains in the world, right? You know what they did before all of the disruption and technology, etc. came in? They used to record all the different facets of a customer who used to walk into their hotel. ये कस्टमर आया, इसको ये पसंद है, ये नहीं पसंद है, they like this for breakfast, they do not like this for breakfast, and every time that the customer would return, they would actually give a more customized and personalized solution to the customer, to that client. And obviously those clients became really happy and started coming back again. The point is not about how we record that data. इस tool में कर रहे हैं, उस tool में कर रहे हैं. The point is, are we able to keep track of all of that data? And is that data fetching us any insights? So before we think about how to manage, before we decide how to measure that data, we need to manage, before we manage it, we need to measure it. Thank you.
Thank you. So my next question is to Pooja ji. Because CVD and other things are I will not say very new, but I think it's been around for 5 years now. And I have seen people getting confused, angry, and then finally sort of accepting that, okay, this is something which is going to be there, it's going to coexist. How do you educate the customers? How do you maintain that distinction that the mixing, which almost everyone in the industry is afraid of, happen? Is there a way to track it?
Yeah, so I think, as you rightly said, lab-grown diamonds have been around for, about 5 or 6 years. Initially, there was resistance. Then De Beers came in with their own brand, Lightbox, and suddenly people understood that, yes, lab-growns perhaps can coexist or perhaps could be the future as well, because De Beers, being the largest miners, are walking into this industry. Just recently, there has been very positive news for the Indian industry, because Titan has acquired a percentage stake in one of the US-based companies in lab-grown diamonds. So seeing, Tanishq or Titan also enter the lab-grown diamond space is sort of instilling more confidence that this product is here to stay. I think to avoid mixing is something that, a lot of retailers, so we do partner with a lot of retailers to sell lab-grown diamonds. And it's natural for people to feel that what will the consumers think agar hamara natural diamond yahan pe hai or lab-grown diamond, we are selling it across the same counters, will the consumer get confused? Today, Limelight is available at about 20 stores across the country, including Kolkata with Manikchand Jewellers, in Hyderabad, in Bangalore, and several other places. And the fact of the matter is that if given the right kind of education, the right kind of awareness with proper certification that these are categorically lab-grown diamonds, consumers are really not shying away from it. In fact, the younger audiences who were, sort of restricted towards, jewelry or not wanting to spend so much on jewelry, because of the economical aspects, the younger audiences are now starting to walk into retail stores. So it's all about the communication and the confidence with which, the retailer presents it, because at the end of the day, they're two separate product categories, and the consumer, like you have choice between gold, platinum, diamonds, now you have gold, platinum, diamonds, and lab-grown diamonds. So I think the consumer is pretty well aware as well. The minute you present it to them, bahar jaake, it's very easy to now Google and understand the entire story of lab-grown diamonds. So nothing shies away from them,
Hello. So my question, follow-up question is that I agree that if they are going to coexist, they are going to be two different segments. You mentioned that India produces about 15 lakh carats of diamond. It is an astronomical amount. And my worry is that some of it may be mixed with the real diamond. And with the smaller goods, there is no concept of inscription or anything. As a consortium of CVD manufacturers, are you taking any proactive steps that prevent such kind of mixing, or or if somebody does it, can you blacklist them, or is there a way for these two markets to coexist in a peaceful manner?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's a very, very valid point. In fact, you know, the growers of the lab-grown diamonds, who are all based in Surat, they've all come together to form an association called Lab-Created Diamonds Association of India. And their efforts is towards not just, you know, organizing the trade within the lab-grown industry, but also manage these kind of issues, you know. But, you know, from a business point of view, what typically happens is CVD diamonds are almost typically made 30 pointers and above. It's very difficult to find CVD diamonds in the smalls. Majority of that smalls happens and comes from China through another process called HPHT. But the fact of the matter is that once the jewelry is certified, and which is why every brand, you know, sort of that has come into the lab-grown diamond segment has, you know, really strongly focused on certification of the jewelry and not just diamonds to ensure that this kind of discrepancies are avoided. And I think consumers are also now being educated that, hey, if you want your diamonds, you better certify them so that you know what you're getting.
So I'll come back to you again later to grill you, but let's not keep Meghna ji waiting. So Meghna ji, can you take us through, you know, some case studies where with using AR and VR, not necessarily just your product, but other products, where it was really helping the jewelry community? And if you could share some names or some examples so that we can relate with them better.
Yeah, sure. So actually, I'll take a name which everyone is familiar with, and it's actually a very, very good case study because how they started, where they started using technology. I would say they are one of the first in the country to start using technology and in the right way. You know, as you mentioned and as Sanya also mentioned, when it comes to technology, how you use it is very important. As you said, data to hai, but uska karna kya hai? That's very important, right? So I would say Tanishq has been very, very active in firstly using technology in the right way, using that data and using that data in such an amazing way that they are able to increase not just sales for them, but get clients repeatedly and new clients. So the first ever incident when they started using augmented reality was when they had this huge installation at two airports in India, which was Delhi and Bangalore, without any inventory. A new diamond collection that they had launched were digitally transformed. So they were digital assets into augmented reality. Huge TV setups. It looked like a Tanishq setup because it was grand. And any passenger, anyone who was passing by those installation could go and just experience Tanishq jewelry and feel wow about it. I mean, ideally, I would not walk into a store and say, okay, show me your most expensive piece. I just want to see how it looks on me, right? Firstly, I'll be embarrassed to ask a sales guy to show me 10 pieces. And the sales guy will also know, you know, who wants to buy, who don't want to buy. And the third most important, you don't know if those pieces will be available in those stores. So this was a really huge impact that it created for them. Also, I think for the whole industry, because I remember, I think IIJS was there just after that, and I was talking at Retail Jewelry Forum. And there were a lot of people who had come either from Delhi and Bangalore, and they were like, oh wow, we've seen it. So I think someone in the industry has to take a stand and be the first mover. Here, Tanishq was that first mover where they started using this technology, when people got aware about it. So how they benefited out of this event was they got a lot of new clients who would probably never, they knew about Tanishq, but they had never experienced a Tanishq product. They had never seen the designs or how it will look on them. And as a result, the leads, the queries in the store or to the guy, whose number was given there, drastically increased. There were close to 10,000 people who probably, inquired about the products. So here, the brand is getting leads from customers that probably would never have come to the store. That was case study 1. I would switch to case study 2 now, where they have implemented AR in about 17,000 to 20,000 products on their website. Probably every single product that you'll scroll on tanishq.co.in, you will find a try-on available. From when they started, from 20,000 try-ons a month, today they are at close to 5 lakh to 7 lakh try-ons a month. And that means that the number of people who are coming on the platform, experiencing the product, spending at least 3 to 4 minutes, trying, browsing different products, has substantially gone up. And this, without saying the numbers, but this has very significantly added to their sales. And the sales have grown on the products which are with try-on versus the products which are not on try-ons. So they have been able to see this so concretely only because they use their data very, very well. They know exactly where they are getting data from. I mean, our dashboard creates data for them, but how they manages this data, how they compare this data from product with try-on versus without try-ons, how they use artificial intelligence. So I'll add one thing which Sanya mentioned about data was, when your customer is trying something in your store, when they come back, are you able to give them a better experience? Do you know what they tried when they came last time? And are you able to show them the same products or better products depending on their likes? I don't think that's possible for every customer when it's offline. But in an online space, with machine learning, with AI, suppose with augmented reality, what we do is, we also track faces, we also track smiles. So when a customer is experiencing or trying your product or seeing it, whether she smiles, whether she frowns, whether she wishlets it, it's almost like right now you're thinking about ice cream, and the minute you go to your phone, you'll start seeing ice cream on Google or Instagram, So these people are literally reading you all the time. It's all data. So that's exactly how, imagine if a customer sees one product, and firstly, they are able to see a similar products across, your entire inventory, is a great way to show artificial intelligence. And the second is, what is your customer liking? Are they going to come back? When they come back, are you showing them better products? Are you showing them what they are coming back from? So I think these are different ways how you can really utilize data and use it in the best possible way. And trust me, when I'm talking about data and how it's giving ROI, I really mean it, because I'm seeing numbers every single day. So I would say the biggest thing is to take that plunge of saying, okay, I'm going to use technology and use it in the right way. I mean, if you are trying, give it a complete shot. Technology won't do, magical stuff on its own. You'll have to work on it. So, yeah.
Well, you made so many important points with regards to data points, and what struck with me most was that you have sort of discovered what ancient rishis could not discover: how to make women happy.
Yeah, like make them experience so many products. They don't even have to buy it. Probably you should also try getting some of your products as NFTs and sell it in the NFT market. That will be a great business to make women happy.
So coming back to Sania ji, we have all grown up using one particular accounting system, which I shall not name, Tally. And we have been all, you know, we are in clutches of Tally. And it has its advantages and disadvantages. I think the advantage which I easily can recall is that they are trained manpower. You can just, you know, open the shop one day and say Tally is installed, can somebody start using it and prepare all the complicated accounts? So can you tell me if you have something or a way out of the Tally clutches, and not to disrespect Mr. Goenka in any way, but how do we step out of Tally and move more into a cloud-friendly world? So if you could shed some light on that.
Sure, thank you. Just like a child outgrows their clothes at times, right? The child grows up, he or she is 10, something is fitting them in, they turn 15, the cloth is too small. It is the same thing with our systems and processes also. Something that used to fit our needs 10 years ago might not be fitting our needs at the moment, right? So as I was talking about Microsoft's family of solutions, and there are many, many different solutions in every category. Within Dynamics 365, there are actually two. So there is finance and operations, and there's Business Central. Business Central is particularly meant for growing businesses. So it is typically the people that I've seen taking on that solution are the ones who are outgrowing their accounting systems, inventory systems, and most commonly the in-house ERP systems, because now the in-house ERP system doesn't fulfill the need that they wanted to do. The only way to start is actually just start. Just try to know a bit more about it, nothing else. You know, with so much of technology coming in, you can just think about the time. How much time did it take for people to get a landline? And then how much time did it take from the landline to a large cell phone? If you would remember those large Nokia phones that used to come in. And then the device just kept on getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and now it is there on your wrist. If you think the time lag between all of these activities, the duration is actually reducing, right? What took 40 years initially took 10 then, and then 5, and then 2, etc. So with technology, it's like we are running against an escalator. If we don't move forward now, it's not that we are standing there, we are actually moving backward. So the only way to start is just start to get a little bit more comfortable around it, read a bit more about it, ask an expert, and take guidance on how to transform your business, or take guidance on what can we do better. It's not about implementing technology, it's about making it impact your business at the end of the day. So probably some guiding or maybe some expert advice on that topic could help to start. Does it answer, Mr. Vinod?
Well, she's going to be here. If you have any further questions, you can always grab her and the team members over there. So, moving. So one thing which is on my mind is the Indian acceptance of CVD diamonds, and if Pooja ji could, you know, put some light on it.
Yeah, so I think, so just going back a little to give you my background, I don't belong to this industry at all. I was in London for about 9 years, graduated from London School of Economics, studied at Harvard, was an investment banker, knew nothing about diamonds apart from loving them. But I actually got into this industry once I visited the labs in Surat. And I saw how these diamonds were being produced and the scale at which India was producing. And that's when I decided to set up Limelight as a brand and talk to the consumers about this product. And my focus was India. My focus was and is to build a brand from this country to the world. And what I've noticed is actually, so today 90% of the 15 lakh carats that India produces, over 90% of that is actually exported to the US. Because US as a market has completely embraced and accepted lab-grown diamonds. But who's purchasing in the US? It is the millennials, the so-called age bracket between 25 to 40 years. Now, where in the world is the largest millennial population? That is in India. You know, 41 crore of our population is in the millennial bracket. They are the ones who are more price conscious, want to spend on luxury, but at the same time want to be more economical. They do not believe in having, in hoarding assets. They believe in experiences, and hence they don't like all this chunky jewelry, including me as a young girl who I just got married 2 years ago. I do not want chunky jewelry sitting in the lockers. I rather have minimalistic jewelry that I can wear on a regular basis, but at the same time spend the rest of the money on having luxury trips across the world. So I think the consumer preferences of the young Indians has changed, and that has actually sort of validated this lab-grown diamonds. We have been selling in the last 3 years, and we have seen a 60% year-on-year jump in our sales over the last year, despite being COVID. We managed to do like entire weddings because the millennial brides, came through digital initiatives saying we want our engagement ring to be a lab-grown, eco-friendly diamond. And then, as we all know, once the bride is in, then the families come in, and then so on and so forth. So, contrary to, what people think, कि अरे अभी तो US में है, India में time लगेगा आने के लिए. That's not, I don't believe that. I think millennials across the world think exactly the same way. So, I feel that the opportunity is now for all of us to embrace lab-grown diamonds because the consumers are completely accepting it.
Thank you. We are sort of on the opposite end of the spectrum. When you say chunky jewelry and locker jewelry, it really hurts a lot. So please don't use such words.
Sorry.
That's our bread and butter, and sometimes cake too. So
data suggests otherwise nowadays.
We'll make sense of the data, in some time. So we have very short time now. So Meghna ji, how easy is it to integrate AR, VR into your system? Is it very difficult for a normal jeweler or a mom and pop store? Tanish, I understand, but for a mom and pop store, how easy is it to start using it?
So this is one question I've been hearing for the last 3 years now, where, everyone loves talking about or hearing about technology, but honestly, everyone is also very scared of implementing it because they feel, oh my God, it's such a tiresome, long process, etc. So let me tell you, it's not a difficult process, but it's a process that constantly needs your time and attention. For example, how many of you have your brands on Instagram or on Facebook or anywhere else on social media? I see a lot of hands here, right? So tell me, if you just open a page and not put any content, will it help you grow in any way? Will you get audience? Will you get traction? Will you get likes? Or will you get inquiries there? No. I know brands that have their social media teams, that have their content teams. Why? This wasn't happening 7-8 years back. The reason you are investing time and money into this is because you know the value of it. You know it's going to give you results. Similarly, integrating technology is very easy. Sometimes it can be a 2-hour job and sometimes it can be a 2 weeks job, but anyone can integrate it in a few clicks now. We have ways where, there has been, for example, Saina spoke about Melora. Melora integrated it in less than a week's time, right? We are not comparing here to Tanish, but we are comparing to Melora, which is a young, friendly, constantly innovative brand. But they started small with 100 pieces of jewelry. Now they are somewhere between 2,000 to 3,000 jewelry, which is, in AR. But they have dedicated at least one person or two person who's constantly taking at least new images. So the only hard work that you have to do is to have your own images in a digital format, which is just take picture from your phone maybe. And that's the kind of efforts that you will have to take. Magically technology will not extract your images and put it inside it. So answering to your question, the whole process is fairly simple. It just requires a little bit of your time and attention to use it in the right way.
Well, that's all the time we have. And Meghna ji has a stall over there. You can always go and check how this technology can be beneficial to you. Pooja ji is also here. They have a stall too. And Sanya ji is also going to be here for some time if you have any further questions. And with this, I would like to thank all three of my panelists for being so open and frank and giving us glimpses into the future. What is practical, what is going to come. It was an enlightening journey for me. So I really thank all of you for traveling all the way to Calcutta. Please be our guests. Please have the famous Calcutta hospitality and try the puchkas.
And the rasgullas.
And the rasgullas, of course.
Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you. And we should like to seamlessly move on to technical session 2. Would you like to take your seats in the auditorium? Thank you so much. And before you leave, of course, thank you with a memento. May I request Mr. Bamalwa to do the honors. To Sania, Pooja, and Megha. Thank you once again. And I would like to echo Mr. Bamalwa's suggestion that once we find time, we should go out and check out their stalls. Thank you. Right, so technical session 2. We have all been talking about, particularly Pooja, about the millennials and their preferences. So this entire session is going to focus on the millennials and the new world. Entirely fitting because, as Pooja said, the greatest number of millennials are in our country. So, for this panel discussion, may I call upon the moderator, Mr. Shomik Roy Chaudhary, Director, MP Jewellers, Mr. Shomik Roy Chaudhary, and the panelists are Mr. Nishit Nair, Director, Chandrani Pearls, Mr. Sayam Mehra, is he here? Vice Chairman of GJC. If he's here, Mr. Mehra, you're welcome onto the, he's here. We welcome you onto the dais. Mr. Prakash Pincha, a familiar face here, Regional Chairman, East GJEPC. Professor Joyati Mukherjee, Associate Professor, Fashion and Lifestyle Accessory Department, NIFT, Kolkata. And Mr. Binod Sone, Director, Manik Chand Jewellers. May we request all the panelists to kindly come forward, and of course, moderating this session would be Mr. Shomik Roy Chaudhary, Director, MP Jewellers Private Limited. So much. I guess everything is in place. So it is over to Mr. Shomik Roy Chaudhary, who's going to moderate this session.
Hello, check. A very good evening, everybody. Due to the paucity of time, I think we'll straight away get into the topic. I think we had a very informative last session where we talked about AI and the disruption, digital disruptions and etc. So I could see a lot of scared faces. So, yeah. So let us just take a step back and figure out why we need to do all that and what are the challenges we are facing today when the generations are actually changing, and we've been talking about in the last few inaugural sessions as well as the last sessions, the generations are actually changing fast. If not 10 years, maybe 5 years, times are changing, everything is changing. Consumer is changing, the way jewelry is manufactured is changing, the consumer behavior is changing. We've talked about millennials, their preferences are changing. There's so many changes happening so fast, so much around. So that's why probably all these topic of AI, augmented reality, all these things are coming. But to make it simpler, let us take a step back and figure out why we actually need to do that. So today in the panel we have our esteemed panelists from various ecosystem of the jewelry industry. We have from the design segment, we have the manufacturing segment, we have the wholesale retail segment. So let us find out from each one of us what are the various challenges and how we think we are overcoming them on a day-to-day basis and how we can do even better so that we can get into the stage of using those as processes to make our lives better. So let me start with Mr. Pincha. So Mr. Pincha, you've been in this industry for several decades and you've seen a lot of changes happening, and probably in the last few years you've been actually seeing a lot of changes. So what in your mind are the biggest challenges that you're facing today, and how are you coping up, or how are you coping with the whole situation?
Mr. Soumik, যদি আপনার পারমিশন থাকে তো আমি মনে করছি আমার অডিয়েন্স পুরো এখানকার লোকাল আছে, তো কি বাংলা বললে ভালো হবে? হ্যাঁ, সবাই তো এখানে বাংলা বুঝেন, তো খুব একটা শুদ্ধ বাংলা আমি বলতে পারি না, মাঝে মাঝে একটু হিন্দি আর ইংরেজি মিক্স হতে পারে, তার জন্য ক্ষমা চাইছি। বাট যাই হোক, সৌমিকবাবু জিজ্ঞাসা করেছেন যে কি চ্যালেঞ্জেস দেখছেন। আমি মনে করছি যে চ্যালেঞ্জেস কিছুই নাই, জাস্ট ইন্ডাস্ট্রির চ্যালেঞ্জ যেটা হচ্ছে সেটা সবচেয়ে বড়, যে আমাদের ইন্ডাস্ট্রি থেকে যে মিস শেঠ যেটা বলে গেলেন, ইজ মিস শেঠ হিয়ার? শি হ্যাজ গন আউট। উনি যা বলে গেলেন দ্যাট ওয়াজ দ্য বিগেস্ট চ্যালেঞ্জ। উনি বললেন যে চঙ্কি জুয়েলারি পড়তে চাই না আমরা, হ্যাঁ, তার জায়গা এক্সপেন্সিভ হলিডেজ আমরা করতে চাই। হাউ আওয়ার মানি ইজ গোয়িং অ্যাওয়ে, তো ওটাকে কিভাবে রিটার্ন করা যায় যে এই ইন্ডাস্ট্রির মধ্যে। সো ইনফ্যাক্ট আমাদের সামনে যা চ্যালেঞ্জ আছে সেটা হচ্ছে যে অন্যান্য এত প্রলোভন কাস্টমারের সামনে আছে যে প্রায়োরিটি যেটাকে বলি আমরা, প্রাথমিকতা জুয়েলারিকে না দিয়ে ওরা হয়তো ইন্টারন্যাশনাল হলিডেজকে দিচ্ছে অথবা অন্যান্য লাইফস্টাইল প্রোডাক্টে খরচ করছে। তো সে খরচ আজ থেকে 50 বছর আগে পুরোপুরি জুয়েলারিতে যেত, সেখান থেকে কেটে গেছে। মিস্টার সোমাসুন্দরম বলে গিয়েছিলেন যে ইন্ডিয়ার ইম্পোর্ট যেটা এই বছর হয়েছে সেটা হাইয়েস্ট। ইম্পোর্ট হাইয়েস্ট হয়েছে, হতে পারে 100 টন বেশি হয়েছে অথবা 200 টন বেশি হয়েছে, কিন্তু আমি যেদিন থেকে এই ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে ঢুকেছি, আমার 16-17 বছর বয়স থেকে এটাই শুনে এসেছি যে 1000 টনের মার্কেট ইন্ডিয়া। সে ইন দ্য লেট 60s অ্যান্ড আর্লি 70s 1000 টন শুনতাম, আজকেও 1000 টনই শুনছি। তো আমাদের পপুলেশন তো মোর দ্যান ডাবল হয়ে গেছে এই 50 বছরের মধ্যে। তার মানে পার ক্যাপিটা যে কনজাম্পশন অফ গোল্ড সেটা তো হাফ হয়ে গেছে উইদিন 50 বছর। তো হাউ টু জাস্ট রিটেন ওটাকে কিভাবে আমরা সামলাতে পারি যে এখান থেকে সরে আস্তে আস্তে ড্রিফট হয়ে অন্য জায়গা না চলে যায়, সেটাই আমার মনে হচ্ছে বড় চ্যালেঞ্জ আছে।
Thank you, Prakash ji. I think you have highlighted a very important thing, that for the last several years we've been always seeing that import is 1000 ton, 1000 ton, 1000 ton. Sayam ji, aap ek large manufacturer hai and you also are a vice chairman of GJC. How do you think, I mean, since we are discussing, we'll try to stick to the topic of millennials and the new world. How do you think you have embraced technology in your sphere of operations, and how has it benefited you?
Thank you, Soumik. First of all, I would like to thank Vinodji and Swankar Bhai also for doing this event. Also, for this, our basic challenge previously during the COVID was how to sell jewelry. We were getting a lot of challenges how to showcase it to our customers. So when during that time we had started selling our jewelry on Zoom, on Insta, on Facebook, we also created an app wherein the customer can sit in his own office, not come to Mumbai. There was a lot of problems that the family was getting of our retailers, that they don't want to come to Mumbai at that time. So we had made an excellent mechanism of selling it online. Also, we as wholesalers, so we face a huge problem today to carry our jewelry from one place to another. There is a lot of snatching, killing, threats when a person is catching jewelry from Mumbai to Calcutta also maybe. But after getting online through these platforms, our sales have increased. We, in the time of COVID, we made a box where we got a camera also installed in it, and we had 6 such boxes made. Being the vice chairman of GJC, we had also come up with a GJS virtual platform. So there were about 60 participants which were there, and there was, and during the last season, I mean 2 years back during Akshaya Tritiya also or Diwali also, there was this time of kind of a lockdown which was happening. People were not getting out. So we had proper mechanism. You just sit with a mannequin, put the jewelry there, attach it to your laptop with that with a portal, and you start selling it online. We had more than about 1,200 retailers on that platform, and I think you cannot expect the sales of actuals which can be met, but I think we achieved about 25 to 30% of the sales via that platform. I think about today, in 2019, we had, in India, we had $850 million worth of jewelry which was sold online, and what I expect and what the data shows, by 2025 we will have 3.7 billion worth of jewelry being sold online, and I think it is the time of disruptive innovation. Today, if we do not change, we will be out of the markets, just like a Kodak or a Rajdoot motors or HMT watches. Each and every person has to change from actual selling to online retailing. Thank you.
So Sayamji, you have mentioned a very important thing. I think even if we don't want to change, time will force us to change. And I think if a manufacturer can change, if a wholesaler can change, the retailer will also have to change, and the consumer will force you to change. All this is coming from the front end, and the back end is automatically changing. Okay, now let me come to a different aspect of the jewelry part. It's like they say design is intelligence made visible. My question to Professor Mukherjee, that design creates culture, culture creates values, and values shape the future. Now on the future is millennial, and the culture is very ethnic. So what in your opinion is the value of design to bring these two end or two spectrum together?
Good evening. Thank you, ICC and everybody who invited me here. I, of course, do not belong to this industry, but I come from an institute which decided to go for design education in the jewelry sector. In fact, NIFT is a known name in fashion, the most premier institute, and we had until Kolkata campus also opened jewelry design. Our Gandhinagar campus was the only one who were teaching and building emerging designers in the jewelry sector. But now all our lifestyle accessory departments across all the centers who has a lifestyle accessory in NIFT have a jewelry designer coming out, because we found that the jewelry industry needs designers. Now one thing, what Mr. Shomik told right now, yes, we belong to a culture which is very old, very, very long heritage we are carrying with ourselves. But one thing we need to understand, that design is not art. Design is something which is an expression of an idea, but it has to be ultimately made. And when it comes to products, especially jewelry is a product, a prototype has to be done. Till now we had the main panelist session saying a lot of things about technology and all the other things important. But a jewelry doesn't sell because of technology. It sells because of its design. Whether it's heritage jewelry, whether it is contemporary jewelry, they all sell only because of design. And our topic here is millennial. I have a small presentation to share, Shaumik, which I will eventually, in which I have explained what is exactly what I want to share with you. But if you look into it, that the millennials are no longer a citizen of a country. They are actually an international citizen. Because now we have, because of the internet and everything, it's a trans-border travel that they do continuously, and they are very much updated, and they want to lead a lifestyle of their own. And one more thing I want to mention here is the pandemic has brought in a very big realization. Nothing is permanent. You don't know what you have tomorrow. When we were children, we saw our parents working in one organization, staying for a lifetime, building one house at the end of their life, investing in jewelry and those kind of things. Today, nobody wants to do that. Anybody who takes a job today leaves it in 1 year, 2 years' time, and people are moving on. So let's not think about long-term investments, because a millennial doesn't think about it. And the millennial has been succeeded by a Gen Z, which has also come in. Post-2000, 1995, frankly, we have already the Generation Z, which is in. So millennial will soon grow older, and the Gen Z are very much the professionals who are happening, because at 27 years almost now, they are very much professionals. So we need to think about design in the jewelry industry in a different way, which I want to share with you.
Can we have someone for...
Hello, yeah, am I audible? This is a presentation which I want to share with you. There's a visual in the first slide, which I'll explain. At the end of the presentation, you'll be able to understand this slide. এটা কি slide show করা যাবে? Okay, take it. So I was saying that who are the millennials? So I say those people who, as per the definition of the millennial, they are born between 1980 to 1995. So they are aged 27 to 42, frankly speaking. And they are a fashion conscious generation. They want to embrace the new styles, and they are very confident and decisive, and they are very, very independent on their lifestyle. Most of them are professionals or qualified because they've all received good education. So they have very specific choices. I want to lead my life in my own terms. That's their motto. And they have a very open mindset. So that's why they don't have gender bias. They are very open to age not being a factor. Body, figure, shape of the body. They hate people calling somebody fat or thin because they call it fat body shaming. They are aware of communities. So we all know that now we don't have just two genders, we have a third gender also. We talk about that LGBTQ. So all of this we have to keep in mind when we are talking about millennials and their design understanding. So why one needs jewelry? As we understood, the traditional one was for heritage, as an heirloom, and as an asset. But the millennial doesn't want it. They want something which is contemporary. They want a signature jewelry, something which will be their identity and will reflect their persona. That is the most important part of a millennial's choice. So how do the millennials choose their designs? They're very fashion conscious, I say. They follow trends. And they don't follow trends just from trend books. They follow forecasts, they follow runways, they have Instagrams always constantly updating on the latest fashions across the world, not just in India. So, Shaumik, your question about the ethnic culture, that's one segment which will stay with the heritage, like the weddings and the traditional practices, but this is living life on one's own term, which demands a different sensibility. And they do a market research, and definitely the jewelry industry needs to look into the market research. You can see the four pictures given here. They are very different kind of jewelry, not at all made with, you don't necessarily have to make it with brass or steel or something, you can make it with gold also. There's no harm in doing that. But that's the kind of jewelry the millennials look for. So the recent trends that we find is people going for personalized jewelry. Millennials, I think Pooja very clearly said they don't want heavy, chunky jewelries hurting the feeling of Vinod Bamalwa, unfortunately. But that is true because you have to understand the market has two different segments. One who will go for those heritage and heirloom pieces, and one who wants the simpler ones, which they go for a daily wear, everyday office, parties, friends, outings, shopping malls, movies, that they can't wear that kind of a jewelry. So they go for small signature pieces, minimalist fine jewelry which reflect their names, maybe their zodiac signs, maybe a very chunky, rough kind of a look, which is what they want to wear. Then they wear very signature styles that I've given here, a very simple wristlet with just one stone. So these are all the millennial designs, and these are all the recent trends. These are all pictures taken from the jewelry trends that has been seen in the last 1 year. So we see mixed metal jewelry is something which they prefer. They don't go for only gold, they want to go for gold, silver, brass, platinum, alloy metals all combined together. They prefer stones, both precious and semi-precious. That's why the lab-grown diamonds are gaining popularity, because they believe in the newer words, environment conscious, sustainability. So mining is going to damage the earth. So go for lab-grown diamonds. That's a millennial psyche. Please, we need to remember this very, very much. So they want to experiment with new materials. Nishit is here. You can see pearl jewelry is very much an in thing, because pearl can, especially in the online virtual world that we lived in the last 2 years, pearl jewelry has gained a lot of importance because pearl is visible online. But not just a very shaped pearl, a very irregular kind of pearl, mixed with stones, colored stones, and other materials. These are all things that the millennials look for in a design. Then another recent trend is going back to the past. They want to revive the antique designs in a different way. They are looking for enameling, but not the typical meenakari. They're looking for a metallic look, chunky silver look. Silver is a very popular look. That's why white gold becomes popular too. And they're looking for experimenting gold in not just gold color, rose gold, pink gold, so many other things are coming into it. So these are all the looks that's coming. So polishes also need to be taken into consideration. So an antique polish is very, very in their want. So these are some focus trends I have given here. One is minimalist, very simple, very little bit of metal into it possibly, or very normal chains or something which looks like just a chain made, copied from something like a steel chain or something like that. Or maximalist, very heavy, too chunky, overbearing. And there is a trend called Y2K, which actually came in the year 2000, year 2K that is, where you had very unusual enameling with certain designs coming in. So you have those evil, to ward off those evil eyes, those kind of patterns coming in. So these are very interesting designs which are constantly there since 2000, and they're very much wanted by the millennials. Statement earrings. People don't want to wear necklaces anymore. So jewelry industry needs to look. People want big earrings. Just one earring and a dress. That's all they want to go for. Traditional designs, but new traditional, in the sense that Change the pattern. We don't like those typical paisleys and typical regular symmetrical designs. Abstract it. Break the design into components. Make them into chunky pieces. I don't want to name it. There is a designer, a very leading fashion designers who is diversified into the jewelry industry and has made a great name. Many celebrities in Bollywood use his design from Calcutta. Obviously, you all understand. But if you look into his pieces, what is his identity? Because he's understood the millennial psyche and he's gone into that kind of a design where the stones are big, the pieces are differently arranged, and that's exactly what the millennial is wanting. So there's always going to be two segments. One is the tradition. It will stay. It can never go away. The ethnicity of the Indian culture, we love to carry with us. But at the same time, this is also another sector in design that has to develop and grow. These are the trendsetters. They always go for something unusual, the celebrities. And the millennials follow them ditto. They look at something what Deepika Padukone is wearing, what Sonam Kapoor is wearing, and they try to get a similar piece. If they don't get it here, they'll get it from somewhere abroad. So they will source it from Cartier, they'll source it maybe from Chanel. Wherever they get a similar piece, they will get that. So why can't the Indian jewelry industry provide that? I've given an example of what I started with a trend book and trend research. Now the entire fashion industry works on a fashion forecast. We need to understand this. I have been a faculty with this department for a considerable number of years, and many students we send regularly for our graduation projects and industry internships. What we found is that the jewelry industry very rarely works with forecast, but the entire fashion world works with forecast. So it's time that the jewelry industry needs to understand what is a fashion forecast. Now, if you see this picture, the picture on the left top side is the Pantone shade of the year. It's called Very Peri. In 2022, they have invented this Pantone shade of Very Peri. It's an invented shade. They have created this particular shade. It's the first time a shade has been created as a Pantone color. It didn't exist before. And if you see the one picture at the bottom in the center, that is a kind of fashion forecast that's coming with Very Peri. So you need to design jewelry that goes with it. So the three other pictures above those dresses, which you are seeing, they are all showing the kind of colors that is expected in a jewelry, the type of design that's expected in the jewelry, the type of stones that the year will expect, because the millennial will expect a Very Peri design from you. They will not accept a simple golden jewelry from you. So you will have to take this kind of a tanzanite, this kind of a different kind of purples, shades of pink, purples into your collection and put it there. So this is from the previous pictures were actually from the Istanbul jewelry exhibition. So you can understand it's a projected forecast also. And this is from the Jewelers magazine. So as you can see, what they have written is you could expect to see more creative and innovative jewelry designs if color authority Pantone has its way. And they are writing newly invented color could see bolder designs and trends. So you have to understand this Very Peri color along with the jewelry that has been given as a sample is from the jewelry industry itself as a forecast. And this has to be taken forward. So this is the future in design. You have to consider newer designs. You have to consider newer way of looking into it. Now, I will just add here that as the discussions were happening, I remember that I had sent a student to one industry for a graduation project. And in the project, they do several designs. So it was a layered kind of a design. And when the layered kind of a design came, I was her mentor. As a teacher, we guide them on their design. So I said, take the layers out, because the millennial, we didn't have to say millennials. I said the young generation wants a design which is convertible. That's another thing. They want a flexible design. They want a convertible design. Some industries are doing convertible designs. They want a design which is unisex, because male members are buying as much jewelry, and frankly speaking, when I told this girl to implement that in the design, she went back to the industry and she came back to me saying, ma'am, it can't be done. The layers can't be done. I said, why can't it be done? Because it's just layer. And I can say how it can be fitted layer into layer. But she said, no, the industry said their workmen cannot execute it. And this is where the question of karigars and their skill development, which was discussed at length in the first session, needs to come in. That they need to be updated. We at NIFT also can have a mutual relationship with the jewelry industry to have a design input and sharing and skill development programs or something like that. And that is very important, that the skill development to incorporate these new abstract kind of designs is also very important, because the karigar is used to years and years, generation and generation of doing the same way of turning the metal wire in a certain manner, making that typical paisley, fitting those balls in that certain manner. It will not exactly work entirely. If you want to really boost and give a different look, you need to look into it. Because Tanishq was mentioned in the previous panel, I would like to add here, Tanishq possibly does look into the future a little earlier. Their very recent advertisements, billboards, have all shown non-celebrities, but they were celebrities in their own. How? Because they were all professionals, successful women in their profession, and they were saying every woman can have a diamond. That was their catchline. So you can do it. We feel as a teacher, as a design faculty, as having trained several designers, sending them to the jewelry industry over years, across India we have faced this, that the design mindset is a little conservative. Maybe it's time to break the shackles and try to get on with the fashion trends, because ultimately jewelry is worn with clothes and jewelry is worn with style. It is not that somebody can wear a very short mini dress and they still wear a very chunky diamond jewelry. The millennials do anything that they want to do. It's a very unpredictable and it's not a very directive thing that you can actually look into. So it's better to walk along with their design sensibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Mukherjee. I think one thing was very evident, that technology can only assist you to sell more, but ultimately its design is the key that will effectively sell. So coming to designs, I mean, taking up from that point, Mr. Binod, my question to you is, how have you seen over the last few years the demand for designs amongst consumers have increased? Have the consumers become more demanding? Have you also had to take, as a retailer, have to challenge yourself to emphasize on designs? Or are we still doing whatever we've been doing last 10 years and we are still okay with it?
Thanks, Mr. Somik, and all the dignitaries on of the dais. And also thanks to my jewelry industry colleagues and friends. I am really thankful to ICC and the team who invited me in today's program. Gentlemen, it's a very nice topic. The design, it's a very vast and very interesting topic. आज से 100 साल पहले भी हमारे पूर्वज ऑर्नामेंट बनाते थे और आज हम भी बना रहे हैं। उस समय की डिजाइन, जो 100 साल पहले जो डिजाइन थी, वो 50 साल पहले आउटडेटेड हो गई थी। A design 100 years back was outdated about 50 years back. लेकिन अब वही डिजाइन घूम के वापस आ रही है। डिजाइन का कोई अंत नहीं है, लेकिन किसी भी इंडस्ट्री में एंड स्पेशली हमारी ज्वेलरी इंडस्ट्री में डिजाइन का ही सबसे बड़ा रोल होता है। डिफरेंट डिफरेंट टाइप्स की डिजाइनें होती है, गोल्ड सिल्वर उसमें स्टोन लगाए जाते हैं, मल्टीपल कलर्स लगाए जाते हैं, सम प्रीसेस सेमी प्रीसेस लगाए जाते हैं, और उन डिजाइनों को रूप देने के लिए हमारे पास बहुत बड़े बड़े डिजाइनर भी बैठे हुए हैं। इतने डिजाइनर बैठने के बावजूद भी कस्टमर, मैं समझता हूं कि कस्टमर इज द ओनली बेस्ट डिजाइनर। कस्टमर को जो चीज पसंद आ जाए, वो जिस डिजाइन को हमसे बनवा के खरीद ले, तो उससे बड़ा डिजाइनर कोई नहीं होता। सर, एक कस्टमर हमारे शॉप्स में आता है, आई एम बेसिकली द रिटेलर। कोई एक सेट देखता है, बोले विनोद जी इसको ऊपर से थोड़ा सा टेढ़ा कर दीजिए, इसको नीचे से थोड़ा सा ऐसा कर दीजिए। ये थोड़ा सा ऊपर नीचे करने में एक सेट से हम 20 डिजाइन निकाल देते हैं। एक डिजाइन उस कस्टमर को पसंद आती है, वही डिजाइन दूसरे को पसंद नहीं आती। हमने लेफ्ट से राइट किया, एक को पसंद आई, राइट से लेफ्ट किया, दूसरे को पसंद आ गई। और किसी भी रिटेल शोरूम में डिजाइन ऑर्नामेंट्स का जो होता है वही मेन होता है, वही हमारी इंडस्ट्री का हार्ट है, बैकबोन है। हम हर रिटेलर अपनी डिजाइन खुद भी बनाते हैं। वो कोई डिजाइनर नहीं होते हैं, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी वो प्रैक्टिकली फील्ड में इतने माहिर हो जाते हैं कि वो अपनी डिजाइन खुद भी बना लेते हैं और कस्टमर को सेटिस्फाई करते हैं। कुछ नहीं होता तो मैंने बहुत जगह जो देखा है, छोटे छोटे दुकानदार होते हैं, वो अपने जो प्लेन पेपर में पेंसिल लेके बैठ जाते हैं, साहब देखिए इसको हमने ऐसे कर दिया वैसे कर दिया, और कस्टमर उस पेंसिल की ड्रॉ को भी एक अपने दिमाग में इमेजिनेशन ले लेता है, एक कि हाँ ये डिजाइन ऐसी, हाँ हाँ साहब बना दीजिए बना दीजिए। तो हमारी इंडस्ट्री का हर आदमी, हर सेल्समैन, हर मैन्युफैक्चरर और हर डीलर खुद भी एक बहुत बड़ा डिजाइनर होता है। आने वाले समय में अब जो हमारा सिस्टम अपडेट हो गया है, हम लोग बहुत कुछ मशीन्स के ऊपर में डिपेंड हो गए हैं, सॉफ्टवेयर पर डिपेंड हो गए हैं। अब सॉफ्टवेयर के पास में इतने सिस्टम्स हैं कि हम बटन दबाएंगे 100 डिजाइन हमारे सामने मौजूद हैं। मेरा ये मानना है कि जो दुकानदार, जो रिटेलर अपने स्टोर को समय के अनुसार डेवलप करते हुए अपडेट रखेगा, निश्चित रूप से उस स्टोर के डेवलपमेंट को, उनकी सेल को कहीं कोई आदमी रोक नहीं सकेगा, और निश्चित रूप से उनकी सेल काफ़ी बढ़ती जाएगी। और हमारी इंडस्ट्री में हो सकता है कि सबकी अपनी अपनी सोच है। आदमी ऊपर से चलता है कि मैन्युफैक्चरर से, मैं कंज्यूमर से चलता हूं कि कंज्यूमर ही हमारे मेन, हमारी इंडस्ट्री के मेन पार्ट होते हैं। आज कंज्यूमर को हम जो किसी भी तरीके से जो डिजाइन से सेटिस्फाई करते हैं, और कंज्यूमर के बाद में रिटेलर होता है, और रिटेलर के पास में जब कंज्यूमर सेटिस्फाई होके जाता है, तब हमारे मैन्युफैक्चरर, होलसेलर, उनकी डीलिंग होती है साहब। तो मेरे हिसाब से डिजाइन इज द हार्ट एंड बैकबोन of our industries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vinod ji. I think a very valuable insight that customer is the best designer, and जो design customer को पसंद आया वही best design हो गया. So very valuable. Now that we've made our designs, now there are various channels of selling it. Now normally it was offline stores, like all the jewelers were doing. Now there are omni-channels present. You are selling through WhatsApp, you are selling through Insta, you are selling through Facebook, you are selling through maybe e-commerce platforms. So Nishit, my next question is to you. You have successfully set up an e-commerce platform for your business. I would like to know, for the benefit of the audience, how difficult it is to set up an e-commerce platform. What are the challenges you face to do it? And whether at all it has benefited you in any possible way, so that we can all have a fair understanding if that is the best way forward.
Thanks, Shamik. So the world has changed, and that's an undeniable fact. COVID made it faster. The learning curve has dramatically shortened, and acceptance for online purchase has gone up. Where consumers were not willing to spend online for different fears. Today, even the aged customers and the young customers are both comfortable buying online, right from their domestic groceries to even luxury purchases. And that's a fact that's here to stay, right? And jewelry is one of those products that traditionally we always thought was a touch and feel product. You know, we would, as brick and mortar stores, we were like कि जो customer दिखता है, touch करता है, उसी वही बिकेगा. That mindset has to change, and we as retailers, brands, we have to accept the fact that there is another medium to sell. We are no longer only limited to a shop. Our customers are diverse. Our customers are online. Our customers are accessing content from around the world. In order to answer your question, I would take you a little background on why online has become such a big thing, or digital mediums have become such a big thing. Consumers today are accessing content, trends from around the world. Anything that's shown, like mentioned in the earlier segments also, anything that's shown on the runways in Paris yesterday is available to a consumer today. Right? She's constantly bombarded with content. Her patience level has gone down. We as retailers have only that much space in order to get the customer's attention and to get her loyalty. Right? So online, you know, and a lot of retailers think that online is just a place to put our name, to get a tick mark that yes, I do have a website. But there's a lot of business to be made online, and we are talking to we are looking at online as a 24/7 shop, a shop that never shuts, a shop that's accessing the entire world, and that's where we need to put our mindset in there. Consumers are willing to spend money on items. I mean, any medium-sized purchases, they're not hesitating to spend money. Using that background, right? Setting up an e-commerce platform or setting up a store for yourself is the only way forward. All brick and mortar stores need to understand that you need to be present. It creates a brand visibility, creates a brand identity for yourself. Having said that, it's not easy. There are a lot of challenges that you will have to think about. There is fraud. There is a whole network. E-commerce actually has its own ecosystem. You know, we've always thought of a traditional shop. Customer walks in, they buy, they take, you give it in a packet and it goes away. No. Now we literally have 4 pillars of an e-commerce business. One is your website, your content, how fast a customer moves from site to site, page to page. It was mentioned in the earlier segment also that, you know, how do you depict your product to a customer without the touch and feel? Virtual try at homes. CaratLane successfully has done this, try before you buy. They send products to your house. You have to have pictures, images that emotionally connect the customer to the product. These are things that we need to be considering. That's one pillar of your e-commerce journey. The second pillar would be the e-commerce, obviously the logistics partners. Customers don't want to wait. You order today, they expect it by tonight. I mean, if literally speaking, they expect the product by tonight. Now, if you don't have a good logistics partner, you don't have a good logistics setup in place, you don't understand how to warehouse your product, you're going to be in a mess. we have to make sure that we deliver, we can customer interactions, delivery of the products, everything works hand in hand. Obviously, payment gateways, fraud protections, and the last thing, of course, is your digital marketing. We cannot escape that anymore. We have to be present. You know, they say you have to beat your own box. You do. Anything you do, any small achievements, anything you do, you put it up on social media for the world to see, because that's how you get your recognition. Customers are expecting that from you. Social causes, things like that work well in making sure that you have that customer's attention, and that's the way that digital is going to move forward for us. We have spent a lot of years developing our e-commerce business, and today we are proud to say that it is a big chunk of my business, and a huge team we are developing in making that a success. So looking forward, I think all retailers, whether we like it or not, need to be looking at e-commerce as their bread and butter business as well.
So what I understand from whatever you said is e-commerce, though it's challenging, but for a retailer, it's a force you cannot do without. So you actually believe that, from a touch and feel product, it has become a flip and buy.
It has actually. Customers are willing to spend that money because, anyways, they have an option of returns. You know, our Indian consumers are spoiled. We have an option कि पसंद नहीं है वापस भेज दो. आज today Myntra में 10 item खरीद के 1 item रखते हैं, and no one questions them. They're spoiled for that choice, and they expect that even from the jewelry business. You know, they take an item from you, they expect, they wear it, they don't like it, they send it back.
So if you don't do it, somebody else will.
Somebody else will take your business.
So in one word or one sentence, can you just tell us, is it the cherry on the cake or is it the whole cake itself?
It's the icing.
Okay. Okay. So for the benefit of retailers, I think it was valuable what Nishit said was both offline and online has to coexist, and time has come for people to actually start thinking seriously about online, because customers are spoiled for choices, and ultimately we have to go where the customers are going. But coming back to Prakashji, we always believe in that 80-20 ratio for anything in the world or any business communication, that we always believe that there's an 80-20 ratio to the whole thing, and I also believe that there's 80% is still the marriage jewelry and 20% is still the flip and buy or the gifting segment or this, that. So do you believe in it? Do you think the traditional heritage jewelry is going to last, going to stay, or should everybody just run towards the new world?
इस प्रश्न का जवाब मैं प्रोफेसर के व्यू पॉइंट्स और मिस्टर सोनी के व्यू पॉइंट्स दोनों को मिला के दूंगा. प्रोफेसर मुखर्जी ने जो दिखाया, इन माय व्यू ज्वेलरी लाइन में वो एक अलग सेगमेंट है, वो एक अलग दुनिया है. और आप जो पूछ रहे हैं कि जेटा, सॉरी आई केम टू हिंदी, रेदर आई वुड लाइक टू स्पीक इन बेंगली. तो मिस्टर सौमिक जेटा जिज्ञासा করছেন সেটা হচ্ছে আমাদের ট্র্যাডিশনাল জুয়েলারি. আমি আপনাকে একটা খালি ছোট্ট কথা বলছি, ট্র্যাডিশনস নেভার ডাই. আজকেও the ladies came over here, all the 3 entrepreneurs, they were in Indo-Western or Western dresses. मगर जिस दिन उनके घर में कोई फंक्शन होगा पारिवारिक, उस दिन वो साड़ी में रहेंगी. और देखिए, भारत और पाकिस्तान का बंटवारा हुआ और पाकिस्तान में जनरल जिया ने साड़ी पहनना अवैध घोषित कर दिया था. एंड मैं आपको बताऊं कि वहां की लेडीज साड़ी को इतना पसंद करती थी, क्योंकि अब तो बहुत कम बच्ची है जो साड़ी पहनना जानती है. इकबाल बानो ने एक कॉन्सर्ट में साड़ी पहन करके हम देखेंगे गाया था, इफ एनीबॉडी नोज इट. तो ये एक बड़ी रेबेल लोगों की ये कविता थी जो कि फैज की लिखी हुई थी, एंड शी sang इट ओनली जस्ट टू चैलेंज जियाउलक. तो ये नहीं जाने वाला है. और मिस्टर सोनी ने जो कहा कि 100 साल पहले की जो डिजाइनें थी वो 50 साल पहले ऑब्सोलेट हो गई, आई टोटली डिसएग्री विद दैट. 100 साल पहले की जो चीज थी उसकी अपील आज भी वैसी की वैसी ताजा है. आप 1000 साल पहले के मंदिर देखने जाते हैं, वहां पर जो आपको कारीगरी की हुई है वो आज भी वैसी की वैसी ताजा है. और वहीं से मुझे लगता है कि सारा का सारा ज्वेलरी डिजाइनिंग का जो भारत में कॉन्सेप्ट डेवलप हुआ है, वो सारा कॉन्सेप्ट है वो स्पिरिचुअलिटी से डेवलप हुआ है। और सारी की सारी चीजें आप देखिए मंदिरों से आई हुई है। कमल का फूल है वो आज भी वैसे ही आपको अपील करता है, हाथी आज भी वैसे ही अपील करता है, मयूर आज भी वैसे ही अपील करता है। और 100 साल क्यों, अगर 150 साल पहले की या 100 साल पहले की किसी के पास ज्वेलरी होती है तो द लेडी फ्लॉन्ट्स इट कि 100 years old है। तो ये छोटी बात नहीं है। भारत में जो ज्वेलरी की अपील है, भारतीय जेटा ज्वेलरी अपील আছে, পুরনো ডিজাইন আমাদের, ওটাকে পুরনো বলতে পারি কিন্তু ওটা এভারগ্রিন ডিজাইন আছে। সেকেন্ড কথা হচ্ছে যে যেটা বললেন মিস্টার নিশিত, যে ইট ইজ জাস্ট এন आइस ऑन द केक। तो ये आइसिंग ही है, आइसिंग ऑन द केक, कि ये जो सेगमेंट है जो कि यूज एंड थ्रो, क्योंकि अभी एक ऐसा वर्ग उत्पन्न हुआ है जो कि आज उनका पहला जो सैलरी का चेक आता है वो इतना बड़ा होता है कि हमारे में और आप में जो यहाँ पर जो बैठे हुए हैं उनका ड्रीम होता था कि इतना रुपया एक साल में कमा लें हम तो बहुत बड़े फन्ने खां बन जाएंगे। मगर आज आपके बच्चे हैं, वो जितना आपने 10 साल में नहीं कमाया उतना तो 6 महीने में ले आते हैं। तो उनके पास परचेजिंग पावर है, दे टेक डिसीजन, वो अपना निर्णय खुद लेते हैं। तो उसमें दे स्पेंड ऑन लाइफस्टाइल प्रोडक्ट्स, तो उसके अंदर ये भी चीज आती है। तो जस्ट इट्स ए सॉर्ट ऑफ फैशन ज्वेलरी, और उसके हिसाब से होता है। मगर जब शादी का मौका आएगा तो वही बच्ची, वही लड़की, आपको ट्रेडिशनल उसको लहंगा भी चाहिए और ट्रेडिशनल ज्वेलरी भी चाहिए, और उसी में वो गर्वित अनुभव करती है। तो এই যে জিনিসটা আছে সেটা কোনোদিন মরবে না। আর আপনি বলছেন 80-20, आई बिलीव यू आर परफेक्टली ऑन बैंग ऑन द पॉइंट। जो 80 का बिजनेस है, 80% बिजनेस हमारा जनरेट होता है সেটা আমাদের ট্রেডিশনাল জুয়েলারি দিয়েই জেনারেট হয়। 20% বিজনেস যেটা আছে সেটা হচ্ছে ফ্যাশন জুয়েলারি, যেটা মিলেনিয়াল যেটা আমরা বলতে পারি অথবা ইয়াং জেনারেশন বলতে পারি, সেরকম হয়ে থাকে। তো দিস ইজ মাই ভিউ, মিস্টার সৌমিক।
So just as we understand, online and offline both are going to coexist. We believe the old world and the new world of jewelry is also going to coexist, according to you. Sayam, very quickly, do you want to add anything?
Yes. Yes, Soumik. See, I think designing is very important, but its importance is presentation also. Presentation अगर सही होगी, आज आप चाय की टपरी पे चाय पीने जाए 10 रुपए की है और ताज में पीने जाए तो 800 रुपए की है। वो खर्चा जो है वो ऊपर का 700 रुपए, वो है प्रेजेंटेशन का। आज हम सोचते हैं कि हमें माल सस्ता बेचना है, बाजू वाला 92 के रेट में माल बेच रहा है, बाजू वाला 100 रुपए नीचे बेच रहा है, हम लोग उसमें कंपटीशन करने सब लोग जाते हैं। लेकिन सच्चाई क्या है? सच्चाई है कि तनिष्क का नाम लिया, तनिष्क आज भी गोल्ड के सिक्के जो अभी भाव है 59,000 60,000 में बेच रहा है। तो ये एक सोच है, जो एक प्रेजेंटेशन है जो हमको करनी है, डिजाइनिंग है। और हर 2 महीने, एवरी 2 months डिजाइनिंग इनोवेशन चेंज हो रहे हैं। कार्स आप पकड़ने जाओ, आज 2028-2030 के अंदर 2028-2030 में ड्राइवरलेस कार्स हो जाएंगी। ड्राइवर्स जो एक जॉब था वो नहीं रहेगा। आज कैमरा फोन्स आ गए जिस वजह से फोटोग्राफी का सिस्टम खत्म हो गया। आज अमेरिका के अंदर वॉटसन कंपनी है जो लॉ फर्म के अंदर 90% एडवाइस देती है, तो 10 साल के बाद अमेरिका में लॉयर्स की तादाद कम हो जाएगी। सो अगर हम अपने आप को नहीं बदलेंगे, चेंज आएगी। मैं एक और बात कहना चाहूँगा, बड़ी ज्वेलरी पहले भी चली थी, आज भी चलेगी और आगे भी चलेगी। आज जो चंकी ज्वेलरी है, वी आर थिंकिंग अबाउट इट इज चंकी ज्वेलरी, बट टुडे I'm thinking on the gold perspective. Gold के अंदर we are still selling jewelry when ladies are wearing gowns, they are wearing rose gold sets with a हार which is suiting, and उसकी sales rose gold, pink gold, ये ज्वेलरी की सेल्स, हमारा जो 100% गोल्ड था, it is coming, I think 40% is come to rose gold and pink jewelry. So this is a part of it. And one more point, Soumik, I would like to say, it is very important. India is a seasonal market. कि आज वैलेंटाइन डे के अंदर चेन और पेंडेंट चलेगा, अक्षय तृतीया आ रही है उसमें बड़ी ज्वेलरी चलेगी, कलकड़ा के सेट्स चलेंगे, उसके बाद राखी आती है अगस्त में, उसमें अलग टाइप के ब्रासलेट्स चलेंगे, उसके बाद दिवाली आएगी, दिवाली के अंदर अलग चलेगा, और शादी के टाइम पर लड़के की मम्मी, लड़की के फ्रेंड्स और सब जन हैवी ज्वेलरी, ट्रेडिशनल ज्वेलरी पहनेंगे, एंटीक ज्वेलरी पहनेंगे। सो ये जो सोच है ये हमेशा चलते रहेगी कि heavy jewelry is going to be the major chunk, और उसी से is going to drive in profits, the kind of advertisement, the kind of thoughts हैज टू बी चेंज। सोच बदलेगा एक ज्वेलर तो ही ज्वेलर के सितारे बदलेंगे। और कॉर्पोरेट्स की एक सोच रखो, एक सिंगल स्टोर भी उनसे compete कर सकता है अपने डिजाइन के हिसाब से, अपने मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी के हिसाब से, ERP सिस्टम्स के हिसाब से, अपने एप्स के हिसाब से। और छोटी से छोटी ज्वेलरी आज अगर चाहिए तो ई-कॉमर्स के हिसाब से अगले दिन 2 दिन के अंदर अगर सोच आती है एक हस्बैंड को अपने वाइफ को गिफ्ट करने की, एक बॉयफ्रेंड को गर्लफ्रेंड को गिफ्ट करने की, 2 दिन के अंदर ही ज्वेलरी वहां पहुंच जाएगी, डिजाइनिंग सब होएगा और मोबाइल के ऐप के थ्रू क्लिक ऑफ अ बटन इट इज अवे। So I think it is going to be the modern technologies which are going to be used is going to take our business to the next level. Those, if you don't go ahead, else will go ahead. Better you go ahead.
Okay. Last few words by Mr. Binod.
हमारा भारतवर्ष हिंदुस्तान आर्ट कला का खजाना है। ग्लोबली पूरे वर्ल्ड के भीतर में मैं ये प्राउडली बोल सकता हूँ कि जितना भी आर्ट हमारे हिंदुस्तान में है वो आपको कहीं नहीं मिलेगा साहब। और हमारा ज्वेलरी सेक्टर डेफिनेटली मैं पिंचा जी की बात का सपोर्ट करता हूँ कि एंशिएंट डिज़ाइंस, एंशिएंट कल्चर जो हमारी थी, आज भी हमारी डिजाइनर वहाँ से खोज खोज के डिजाइनर बनाते हैं साहब। और ये आज भी है और कल भी रहेगा। और निश्चित रूप से मैं संयम भाई की बात का सपोर्ट करता हूं कि चंकी ज्वेलरी या हेवी ज्वेलरी निश्चित रूप से सारी टाइप की ज्वेलरी बिकेगी, जो बनेगी वो बिकेगी, जो दिखता है वो बिकता है। क्योंकि हमारे पेरेंट्स, हमारे गार्जियन और कल हम भी जो किसी के जो गार्जियन बनेंगे, और तो ये बात पक्का है कि ज्वेलरी केवल एक शो पीस नहीं है, दिस इज वन ऑफ ए वेरी वैल्यूएबल एसेट्स। इस बात को मद्देनजर रखते हुए हमारे परिवार के बुजुर्ग सदस्य हमारी हर फंक्शन में, स्पेशली मैरिज में जो है एक ज्वेलरी का अबाउट 20 to 25% ऑफ द मैरिज वैल्यू और जो है जो ब्राइड या ब्राइड ग्रूम को देते हैं, इसके लिए कि फ्यूचर में वो हमेशा काम आए। तो ये जो बड़ी ज्वेलरी कभी भी जो खत्म नहीं होगी और हमेशा मेरे हिसाब से और ज्यादा चलेगी। थैंक यू सर।
So there's a lot of ray of hope. I think what we are trying to say in short is jewelry is not just bought in lifestyle product, but it's also as an investment product. Last concluding lines by Professor Mukherjee.
No, I just want to add here that when the first introduction panel started, I found all the persons seated were male members. And most of the consumers of the jewelry are women members. So I have a request to the jewelry industry that when our finance minister is a lady, when our state finance minister is now a lady, let us have some ladies in the hem of affairs. I'm sure the jewelry industry will take new directions.
Okay.
What I said is we at least understand some sensibilities.
We just have to call it an
We have to call it a night now,
so
because there are better
next
things
summit possibly there will be one person lady seated here with the main who's who of the ICC.
No, I'm sure, and I'm very grateful to all the panelists for making time out for this lovely session. I hope everybody enjoyed this session. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. The greatest thing was that we ended on a note of hope, optimism. So may I request Mr. Roy Chaudhary to present mementos to all the members, all the panelists. Mr. Sayam Mehra, Mr. Nishit Nair, Mr. Pincha, Mr. Binod Soni, and surely, last but not the least, Professor Jayati Mukherjee. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a short break for high tea. We need to refuel and reconvene here in about 20 minutes' time, as the fashion show would be absolutely ready and rolling by that time. So do come back in 20 minutes. Enjoy your tea.
to be celebrated with gold.
ईरा, just imagine, वहाँ पे no चाट, no मखनी, no मेरी माँ की हाथ की गरम गरम पूरियाँ, no गोलास, no आमपुस.
बोल दे फिर से, no शनाया also, है ना?
अभी भी टाइम है, सोच ले.
चाहे मैं जितनी भी दूर चली जाऊं, तुझसे दूर मैं कभी नहीं जाऊंगी. Friends for life.
Every moment that makes you you deserves to be celebrated with gold.
भैया, हो गई मेरी पोस्टिंग.
You really want to do this, huh? ये लीजिए, डॉक्टर ने दी.
पोस्टिंग के लिए?
तुमने ये क्लिनिक इसलिए चुना ना क्योंकि उस गांव को एक डॉक्टर की जरूरत है. तो तुम्हारे ये बड़े दिल के लिए एक छोटा सा गिफ्ट.
आप रोना मत, हाँ प्लीज अब.
Every moment that makes you you deserves to be celebrated with gold.
अब तो बताओ ना. What are we celebrating?
Anu.
Oh, thank you.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Yes, sir. Oh, that's great news. Definitely, sir.
Kunal, not now, yaar. You know, with your startup and all, it's...
Investor approval मिल गया.
What?
Yes. काशी कॉल डिनर के पहले आ जाता है यार. Before I ask you, will you be my business partner?
ओपनिंग ऑफर तो बहुत अच्छा है. बोनस तो मिलेगा ना?
Every moment that makes you you deserves to be celebrated with gold.
उसूल सुनने में एकदम सख्त, पर सोचो तो मजेदार है. बोलने में उसूल आसान, सरल उसका उच्चार है, पर समझ तभी पाएगा घर चलेगा कोई अकेला 4 कदम उसूलों पे. जो उसूलों पे चल सका उसके जीवन में दिशा है. उसूलों में कठिनता है. कई बार उसूलों पे चलने वाले को मिलती कई चुनौतियां हैं. नामुमकिन तो नहीं, पर काफी मुश्किल है उसूलों पे अकेले चलना. सिर्फ उसूल भी अकेले कहां कुछ कर पाते हैं. साथ तो उन्हें भी चाहिए उसूलों पे चलने वालों का. उसूलों पे अगर सब साथ चलें तो उसूल नहीं, उससे कई ज्यादा है. साथ चलें तो उसूल परंपरा है, संस्कृति है, सामाजिक संपत्ति है, जिस पे निर्भर हो सकती है आने वाली कई पीढ़ियां. कीमत भले उतनी ही चुकानी पड़े उसूलों की, पर साथ चलें तो उसूल पूरा पैसा वसूल है. साथ चलें जो उसूलों पे, उनके जीवन में सफलता है. उसूलों पे साथ चलना मेरा, तुम्हारा, हम सबका इसी में फायदा है. स्वर्ण आदर्श अभियान एक औद्योगिक पहल.
Introducing the Forevermark Avanti collection. The future can unfold from a single ripple. A moment can start a movement, carrying you further than you ever imagined. Embrace the power of possibility. One ripple can start a wave. Avanti. Forevermark. A diamond is forever.
I do is saying yes. It's sometimes saying no. I do is loving and celebrating yourself in every possible way. It's more than an answer. It's a promise. For now and forever. I do.
Using the Fisherscope X-ray GoldScope SD series, you can analyze gold alloys and precious metals quickly, easily, and non-destructively. This is the GoldScope SD 520. The instrument is often used in gold purchasing. Here we're measuring different samples of jewellery with different gold alloys. Using the video image, the sample can be positioned very easily. The required measuring task can be selected with just one keystroke. In addition to the gold and silver content, 20 other elements are analysed in this measuring task. Thus, you remain flexible and can even analyse samples which contain elements untypical for jewellery, dental gold for example. This is where we start the measurement. The measuring tasks are set up so that even small parts can be measured. In this instance, we are measuring a fine linked necklace. Even with these small patterns, the GoldScope SD achieves precise results. Due to the powerful STD detector, precise results can be attained in just 15 seconds. Subsequently, the measured values can be displayed in a measuring protocol, created according to your specifications. If required, you can print out the report directly. The Fisher GoldScope series, fast, easy, precise, and non-destructive analysis of precious metal alloys. Contact us to find out more.
It has an aura. It radiates energy. And it is India's symbol of prosperity. You see it everywhere. In homes, in pandals, at inaugurations, at companies. The marigold. It announces personal unions and corporate partnerships. The one flower that says, here is someone celebrating a success, a joy, a journey. Besides the marigold, there's yet another Indian symbol of prosperity that spread across India. National Stock Exchange of India Limited, NSE. The marigold and NSE, two icons of India. One symbolizes prosperity. The other enables it. The year 1994, India was ready. The winds of economic liberalization were flowing across India. It now required an engine of growth. Taking a landscape-changing step, the government, using SEBI as a pivot, roped in key institutions to set up National Stock Exchange. Barriers had been demolished. India had finally connected to India. Entrepreneurs could easily raise capital. Indians across India could now invest in stock markets. In its domestic role, it is India's largest stock exchange and amongst the largest exchanges globally. For international markets and investors, it is the gateway to India's growth story. NSE today is a symbol of national pride. The Nifty 50, the de facto symbol of the direction of the Indian economy, is India's most well-known global financial brand. NSE IFSC at Gift City, Gujarat is yet another initiative from the Government of India and NSE to bring international flows to India. Beyond achievements, putting purpose before profit. How? By making the markets truly democratic, by ensuring more people participated in the growth of India. But participation in markets required education. So curriculum in schools, investor camps, and international speakers. Today, 25 years later, NSE is ready yet again. Now to facilitate the transition of India's $2.5 trillion economy to a $5 trillion economy. Yes, connecting India to India and further integrating India with other world markets. Because NSE is committed to help India achieve its calling to be amongst the world's largest economies, a nation to be admired. May India always bloom with prosperity.
Hello.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to each of you. I know, sab yahan pe nahi hai. Everyone is not here. They have gone for their quick tea break. And whenever we go for chai and all, it takes little extra time for us to get back to our seats. So this is just a nice way of asking all of you that, it's going to be really, really kind if you can just get back to your seats and we can start this evening again in a precious way, because आज सुबह से आप लोग काफी, precious चीजों को लेके बात कर रहे थे. Each one of you is precious, and I would request all of you to join us back so that we can start the next fashion show, which is going to be all the more precious and preciously designed for all of you. So yes, this is Shelly, and this is a request for each one of you at the back, at the outside, who are just taken their refreshment break. Please come back and help us start our show. Thank you so much.
There's a time for us to let go. There's a time for holding on. A time to speak, a time to listen.
Fourth ICC Gems and Jewellery Summit 2022. This is Shelly, and I could see a lot of seats are like already filled with love. And yes, everyone outside, if you can hear me, and if the volunteers and the chief person out here, if you can help me just announce outside, those who have gone for tea break, will you, it would be really kind if you join us back. That would help us to start the sequence, the fashion show, the preciousness which has been waiting all the time for you guys, so we can start that up. Yes, I could see a lot of people joining in. Okay. Hey, I'm on mic, but then when I see my friends, I just forget about it. Yes, everyone, please join us back. It's incomplete without you people. I think बहुत ही dull सा हो जाता है. हाँ, now it's good. When I think that's the magic of being on stage, hosting a show, when you see people around, when you see faces around, when you see audiences around, so it gives you all that extra boost to just, just enjoy the evening, enjoy the show. Thank you so much everyone for joining back. All right, so we're gonna start in just few minutes. We're gonna start the show. Once again, kind request to all of you, like आप लोग हमें join नहीं करेंगे, आप लोग seat पर वापस नहीं आएंगे, तो हम start नहीं कर पाएंगे. हमें लगेगा बहुत ही अधूरा है, खाली खाली सा है. And who wants that, right? So we really want all of you to join back. Those who have gone for the refreshment break, please, once it's done, quickly join us back here. In this hall, and we can start the evening ahead. Thank you so much, everyone. Once again, good evening, everyone. A warm welcome to each one of you. Such lovely faces, such lovely audience. And, well, let me introduce myself. This is Shelly. Well, people would like to call me RJ Shelly because that's something, you just cannot take away from it. जैसे एक्टर से आप वो हटा नहीं सकते, कहीं पे भी चले जाए एक्टर एक्टर ही रहते हैं, वैसे हम लोग रेडियो के पर्सनालिटीज भी वी ऑलवेज स्टे आरजे. एंड आई थिंक द काइंड ऑफ लव आई हैव रिसीव्ड, आई थिंक इट्स एज प्रेशियस एज jewelry. The kind of love I get from my audiences and from people. Or when I see people, especially audiences, ekdam dil khol ke taali bajate hain, and they also welcome me on stage saying, okay, part of this family, I feel all the more happy. So can I hear that loudest of applause right now? For each one of you, I think you guys have been really the backbone, and right now, with some precious collections, we're gonna witness amazing show here on stage. Are you ready for that? Yes? Can I hear the loudest of yes? Oh yes, let's go for it. The first one is Dia Gold, and I'm going to talk about it, okay? Talk about this beautiful collection because jab Varda ma'am se meri baat ho rahi thi, Varda Goenka, the one who herself does everything. I was talking to her almost like an interview. She just, she shared something really amazing. She said, Shelly, aap office जाते हो, ज्वेलरी पहनना पसंद करते हो? आई सेड यस. आप शादी पे जाते हो तब भी पहनना पसंद करते हो? आई सेड यस. डेट पे जाते हो? मैं हाँ, वो तो डेफिनेटली पहनना पसंद करते हैं. और अपनी शादी हो तो ऑफ कोर्स you need that jewelry. So this Dia Gold, they manufacture, they design jewelry for every occasion, for everyone, for every age group. I think be it just a college function, be it your farewell, be it your marriage, be it date, they are always set with their collections. I'm going to talk more about their collection. Phone is life. Technology is life. Dia Gold is a designer jewelry brand born with the vision of one woman, as I just mentioned, Mrs. Varda Goenka, and her passion for creation. It was launched in Kolkata in January 2000, and from such humble beginnings, it moved to a network of showrooms covering Kolkata and Mumbai, and also retail in London. Of course, she has also mentioned her designs are pretty international. We're going to witness that in a short while. Dia Gold symbolizes the amalgamation of artistic sensibility, superb craftsmanship and affordability. Dia Gold collection has custom-made masterpieces in innovative and exclusive designs in certified diamonds and colored stones. They have luxury range, fine jewelry range, jewelry for the little ones, gorgeous bridal collections, and not to forget the gifting range, which we all need to take care of. In today's world, girls prefer to wear jewelry that are ready to go, yet luxury, class, and a touch of gorgeousness to their attire. The luxury Pret collection of them is about making everyday couture an effortless possibility via pieces that women can seamlessly slip into and feel good about themselves. Smart and innovative, this collection can be mixed and matched, worn in different styles. This collection of Dia Gold is showcased in a cocktail garment. Well, yes, today we're gonna see different collections starting from cocktail to Sangeet mein aap kya pehnoge, simple jewelry. And if you are the bride, what is that you're gonna wear? The fine jewelry range are the most essentials to complete any outfit. These are very light but adds a huge gorgeousness to the attire you're wearing, making her stand out. It can be worn in any occasion like a Sangeet or a Tilak or a friend's wedding, and so on and on and on. The sparkle of diamonds with pearls, with emeralds and danglers, the neck pieces all make a statement. Dia Gold jewelry has international influences amalgamated with Indian sensibility, creating unusual masterpieces, and we're gonna witness them in a short while after this AV. Can you play the AV, please? That's beautiful. Coming to the most gorgeous bridal collection as well. They have some of the must-have bridal pieces, both in diamonds and as well as in jarrah, which will make the bride look the most stunning on her D-Day. We're gonna witness their amazing line right here, right now, starting from cocktail to versatile collections, which can be, beautifully flaunted on Sangeets. And then, of course, what is going to be the jewelry that the bride will choose? We'll witness it all here, right now. Let's go for it. Isn't that gorgeous? That's Dago, that's Varda Goenka. I would request Varda Goenka ma'am to come on stage and join the ramp. Also, I would like to mention the wardrobe courtesy Ishani Jaiswal. Why don't you walk the ramp? A round of applause for Varda Goenka Dia Gold. How beautiful each one is looking. Beautiful. Thank you, everyone. How gorgeous that was. Well, who have joined us recently, this is Shelly, host of this evening. Well, yes, that was Dia Gold, and our next sequence is almost ready. But then, I really want to do a quick chit chat because, that's something, we just can't undo it. Like, wo karna hota hai. Thoda sa to, chit chat is important. One question I really want to ask each one of you. I don't know. I wish I could ask each one of you, but it's not possible. But generally, I'll just pick one person from the audience side, and I'm gonna ask one question. Okay, let's start with Sean. Since I know your name, I know a lot of people's name here. Yeah, Sean, can I get another microphone for Sean? Sean, you look gorgeous, huh? I'm your fan. I've always interviewed you on radio, but you have never got a chance to meet me. That's your bad. Okay, so Sean, one precious thing in your life. One precious thing in your life.
Other than my kitchen.
Other than your kitchen, of course. Other than your kitchen and
I can't think
hata,
of anything
belan or whatever.
And my wife then in that case.
No, thing. Saman.
I don't have anything actually. I have nothing.
Nothing, like pencil sharpener, pencil box, tiffin box.
Nothing, no. I have lots of vinyl records, but
okay,
that's
okay.
about the only precious thing I have really, I think. I'm not a things person. Really.
All right, all right. Moving on, I'll just hand over this microphone to Sheetal ma'am. Since I know a few names. Okay, one precious thing that you really don't want, you want that thing, okay, it's not a person, one thing जो आप चाहते हो हमेशा आपके साथ रहे, आपके पास रहे. Your tiger? Yes. Okay.
We were at the backstage for a really long time. I could have gotten the question you're going to ask me in front of so many audience.
That was a surprise. By the way, I'm wearing...
One thing could be the 6-carat diamond that I got in the engagement.
That's expensive, and
that's the only
precious.
thing closest to my heart, because not my husband, but my granddad-in-law gave it to me.
Oh my God. Thank you. That's precious. That's precious. Also, I'm wearing Nemichan Bamalwa jewelry, by the way. Yes, and aren't I looking gorgeous? Come on, yeah. Boys से पूछ के कोई फायदा नहीं. Girls, yes. All right. Well, ये सवाल लागू होता है आप पे. Yeah. one precious thing, एक कीमती सामान, precious सामान जो आप कभी खोना नहीं चाहते.
I think it would, for me also and for everybody, it will be our families.
Families, okay. Yeah, I can't argue on that point, of course. All right. Can I just get the sorry? আপনাকে একটু দৌড়াদৌড়ি করতে হচ্ছে, please. Just little bit of workout for today. That's all. Please hand over the microphone to this gentleman. Yes. For you, different question. Okay. One precious thing from the past, which is not with you at this moment. If you get a chance to bring that back into your life, what that thing would be? That was a very deep question.
Very deep.
Frame करते करते मैं जब सोच रही थी बहुत deep हो गया शैली.
Well, I would say maybe the gun which my dad had.
Okay.
But I love to have that now.
I think one thing is common, right? You know, that connection, that emotional quotient. I think with every jewelry, I think you would agree more than me, there is an emotional touch, emotional quotient, एक emotional connection होता है हर एक jewelry के साथ, हर एक jewelry brand के साथ, जो हर एक brand के साथ वो common point होता है. You know, there's always one connection, one story behind every jewelry. I think that's so beautiful. We're gonna hear more of it, but then we are close to ready for the next sequence. But then before that, we would like to watch the AV first, and the next sequence is of Mahabir Danwar Jewellers. Can we play the AV?
Mahabir Danwar Jewellers. The brand signifies great ethics and inheritance of Indian history in its designs.
Mahabir Danwar Jewellers held an imperial status and is a leading wholesaler and retailer of contemporary jewelry. It's a multi-store brand formed in the year 1970, and we are in this for more than 15 generations, and we have won more than 15 national awards for designing and quality. The benefaction of the artisanal and homespun jewels led to its conceding as the best jewelry store in Kolkata over the years.
While designing any product, our prime focus is to blend the flavors of cultural designs with latest fashion trends.
We at MDJ gives highest importance to brilliance and luster in diamonds. If you are looking for something different, there are plenty of shapes available to match your distinct style and taste. Since each diamond shape is cut to different specifications, they reflect light differently, giving each shape its own fire and brilliance.
Jewelry designing is an intricate and creative art that combines knowledge of conceptualizing the jewelry design and thereafter manufacturing various jewelry products. Our craftsmen have special skills like electroplating, anodizing, enameling and microsetting to make the best finished designer jewelry.
The dazzling works of Kundan, Chadao, Minakari, Lacquer, Navratna and others thrive among beautiful renditions.
We are committed to exceed the highest expectation of our clients in a warm relationship that can span generations. Maintaining our rich tradition, we continue to strive to enhance the quality of craftsmanship. We ensure that the value derived by each customer is to the maximum in order to become a legendary brand.
Hello, this is Richa Sharma. You know, whenever I want to buy something, जब भी मुझे कुछ खरीदना होता है या मुझे कुछ भी लेना होता है, especially I go to Mahabir Jewellers because the kind of collection they have, oh my God, so beautiful.
महाबीर दानवर ज्वेलर्स, आपकी मुस्कान हमारी धरोहर।
A round of applause for Mahabir Danwar Jewellers. A little write-up about them. For centuries, jewelry has been worn not only for adornment and also as a sparkling reflection of social class, taste, and wealth. From the Maharajas of India to the royal courts of Europe, some of the finest examples of jewelry are those that work together with many complementary pieces, forming one dazzling picture. But now jewelry has been a significant adornment for Indian women. Its significance in an Indian woman's life can be judged from the variety of jewelry she receives during the various auspicious occasions in her life, and how even the poorest of women possesses some kinds of jewelry. Indian women adorning themselves with jewelry is not only a customary tradition, but also has a lot of values attached to each and every jewelry piece worn. By keeping the current generation bride requirements in mind and a wonderful tradition of looking absolutely stunning on her wedding day, Mahabir Danwar Jewelers have curated a special collection which perfectly complements both criteria. Colors, which are poles apart, but complement each other rightly and perfectly, are to go for. Bright mix-ups of red and green, regularly inclined maroon and deep green, or the pastel family, or pink and green, are some exquisite combinations of antique gold kundan jarao and diamond jewelry. They are beautiful. I think it's a age-old traditions. If you just look back, हमारे पास एक चीज होती है जो हम रखना चाहते हैं, and that is jewelry. We try for clothes, for dresses, we always buy the exclusive collection, or we really want the most fashionable one, the unique one, or we want something जो हटके है, जो बिल्कुल exclusive है और अभी का fashion है. But for jewelry, some way or the other, the touch of vintage, the touch of your generations, I think that makes your jewelry so beautiful and so perfect. I think it's time we see the sequence for Mahabir Danwar Jewelers. But before that, there's a short. There's just one question. One question in mind for jewelry, especially. Do you remember one piece of jewelry which you have kept with you, and that's the oldest in the family? Or you have seen that jewelry with your mom, with your grandmom, with your uncles, aunties. That's the oldest piece of jewelry of your family. Do you remember, sir, jewelry from maybe behind, sir? What do you, sir? He's, yes. Ona ke ekটু mic to দেবেন. Namaste, sir. आपका नाम? क्लासरूम में जो बच्चे होते हैं ना, दूसरी तरफ देखते हैं, बस उसी को सवाल पूछना चाहिए. So he was purposely looking somewhere else, or you were looking at the camera? नहीं, जानबूझ के थोड़ा. नहीं. अच्छा, आपका नाम बताइए.
जीसू मेरा नाम.
सॉरी? जीसू. अच्छा, जीसू सर, ये बताइए, एक सबसे पुरानी ज्वेलरी आपके घर में आपने देखी है जो अभी तक रखा हुआ है? वो क्या चीज है?
वो मेरा मम्मी का एक कंगन है.
कंगन है?
हाँ.
जी.
तो वो हम सबसे पुराना देखा है.
Okay, so I think jewelry has this connection. Sir, what is that one oldest piece of jewelry that's there in your house? Sir, what's your name? Can you pass on the microphone to sir?
किशन कुमार सोनी.
सोनी सर, tell me, what is that one oldest piece of jewelry जो आपके घर में है और बहुत ही
जड़ाऊ का हम लोग के पास में है, मम्मी का पास.
मम्मी का क्या है?
जड़ाऊ का फुल सेट.
Very nice. Sir, what's your name? I'll just quickly.
Thank you. My friend is Ketan Doshi from Modern Impacts, and the one piece of jewelry that I will ever cherish, that is a piece of bangle passed on from my grandmother to my mom, given to my wife. It's a beautiful piece of art.
And I'm sure it's going to be passed on to generations.
Definitely, yes.
That's the beauty of jewelry, that's the beauty of jewelry. Please, microphone to Nini. Thank you. I think that's the beauty of jewelry. That's the beauty of beauty of this entire evening, I think. It's not about exclusive design, kya amazing design, kya naya collection. Naya collection, yes, of course. There are new collections, there are new designs, new touch, because we need to cater to different kind of audiences. We need new designs, but then that touch of vintage, the touch of, preciousness is there, and that's why jewelries are so very precious in our lives. The next sequence, we are waiting for that. It's for Mahabir Danvar Jewelers. And before I call in for the sequence, I would ask all of you to wait for few minutes, and then we shall begin soon. We are almost ready, and the moment you guys are waiting for the sequence from Mahabir Danvar Jewelers, presenting Mahabir Danvar Jewelers Wedding Collection 2022. An evergreen options that is sure to grab attention is inspired by the spectrum of lights that a woman reflects in her journey, compromises of love and her sacrifices. Isn't that beautiful? Get ready for the stunning sequence from Mahabir Danvar Jewelers.
सितारों में ले चलो दिल
That was beautiful. Let me call on stage Mr. Sandeep Danwar. A round of applause for the man himself. A round of applause for Mahavir Danwar Jewelers. Such a beautiful collection. Amazing. Can I hear a loudest one? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Sandeep sir. Thank you, everyone. That was beautiful. Before we start the next sequence, yes, this is Shelly back again on stage. And because we are all here together and we are all the bosses of this business and we understand jewelry like no one else. So I think it's the perfect platform to talk about few things which I would also, like to know or gain knowledge about. अगर jewelry खरीदने जाएं, तो ऐसी कौन सी 5 सवाल सबसे important होती है? Being a customer, let me hear it from the from the main people out here. What they say. Can I get the microphone, please? Yes. So many. Very nice. Okay, so let's go absolutely behind. Sir, you, yes, with blue shirt. Your name, sir?
नवीन कुमार चंद्र.
नवीन कुमार चंद्रा. सो ऐसे 5 सवालों में से अगर आपके दिमाग में 1-2 सवाल आए तो कौन सा मैंडेटरी सवाल होता है पूछना ही है when you go to buy a jewelry, the most important questions, or rather you would suggest कि ऐसे सवाल पूछने चाहिए. You should know knowledge about these things before you buy jewelry.
मैं तो ज्वेलरी बाय करने के लिए नहीं जाती हूँ, मैं ज्वेलरी सेल करती हूँ.
आप সেল করতে हो যদি আপনি কিনতে যান তাহলে কি হবে?
আমি আমার এক্সপেরিয়েন্সটা শেয়ার করতে পারি যে কাস্টমাররা আসেন তারা কি বলছেন.
Probably yes, that might help. Yes.
প্রথম প্রশ্ন হচ্ছে যে এটা হলমার্ক আছে? টুডেজ কোশ্চেন.
ওকে.
যে HUID মার্ক করা আছে কিনা? এটা ফার্স্ট কোশ্চেন কাস্টমারের অ্যাঙ্গেল থেকে.
ওকে.
সেকেন্ড
which is genuine you also feel being a seller.
এটা থাকা উচিত আমি মনে করি প্রোডাক্টটা, এবং কাস্টমারকে এটা অ্যাওয়ার করা দরকার যে দ্য প্রোডাক্ট ইজ হলমার্ক.
অ্যাবসলিউটলি.
নেক্সট কোশ্চেন কাস্টমারের অ্যাঙ্গেল থেকে এটা ডিউরেবিলিটি, এটা ব্যবহার করলে কতদিন থাকবে আর কতদিনে ভেঙে যাবে. এটা খুব বড় কোশ্চেন. সবথেকে ইম্পর্টেন্ট কোশ্চেন আসে মেকিং চার্জেস.
আচ্ছা,
কত টাকা
মজুরি? যেটা একেবারেই ভালো লাগে না,
একেবারেই ভালো লাগে না, আনএক্সপেক্টেড থাকে, কিন্তু এই কোশ্চেনটা আমাদেরকে ফেস করতে হয় কম বেশি সব জুয়েলার্সকেই.
Acha, everyone is comfortable in Bengali, right? Here, like you can understand. I think one question which every seller hates is what is the making charge?
मैम ये प्रॉब्लम तो सभी ज्वेलर्स ने फेस करते हैं, ये मजूरी लेके क्या करना है। और साथ में मैम एक बड़ा क्वेश्चन सामने आते हैं, आपका डिस्काउंट, ये नया जमाने का नया ट्रेंड बन गया आजकल, जो डिस्काउंट कितना % है पता नहीं। ज्वेलर्स लोग 100 को पहले 120 करते हैं, उसके बाद में बोलते हैं कि हम 15% देते हैं। ये सवाल कस्टमर लोगों का दिमाग में क्यों नहीं आते हैं, ये हमको भी समझ में नहीं आता है। कोई तो घर से देता नहीं है, सब चरा के
सर ऑल योर आई थिंक आपके सारे प्रॉब्लम्स का जवाब है एक, आप ना सबको एक ही चीज बोलना, मेरा जो ज्वेलरी है वो प्राइसलेस है। मतलब प्राइसलेस वैसे भी मत बोल देना,
तो फ्री में ले जाएगा।
हाँ वैसे भी मत बोलना, कंडीशंस अप्लाई, टर्म्स एंड कंडीशंस आर ऑलवेज अप्लाइड। ओके सर, थैंक यू सो मच सर। सर बहुत प्रॉब्लम में है, प्लीज अ राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर हिम। ही हैज लोड्स ऑफ प्रॉब्लम। No, but your problems are genuine, and I think the questions which you pointed out correctly, which is also probably my question. You never know. All right, let's talk about, we are talking about jewelry. How can we not talk about Bollywood? Yeah? Jewelry and Bollywood, they are so connected to each other. Like, be it a historical film or be it just a normal rom-com, be it anything, And right now I'm writing for OTT platforms. So I'm always writing and digging stories and doing a lot of research and everything. So one question I would like to ask, जो मेरे दिमाग में ये सवाल आता है, like हर एक ब्रांड का एक ब्रांड एम्बेसडर होता है, right? हर एक jewelry brand का there's a brand ambassador. Probably that person is an actor or non-actor or some renowned face or renowned personality. What is that one question comes in your mind when you pick face of your brand? I really want to ask this question to Goenka ma'am first. Yeah, Mike चलছে ना? बहुत नाइंसाफी है यार। Sean, who I am eagerly waiting for these days, like especially today, this evening. Just guess. Jewelry. No, jewelry to I'm wearing. Nemichin Bamalwa. Food. Why? Do I look? I always eat. I might, but Drinking? I don't drink. I am always eagerly waiting for your wife. She will give me this thumbs up and I will be like, yay. More than you, I am waiting for Pinky. Sorry. Interesting. Sean, you agree with me? Yeah, okay. Yes, Goenka ma'am. What do you, the sawal was like, how do you choose face of your brand?
See, the face of my brand, basically my brand is a little young, little contemporary and a little non-traditional. So for the face of my brand, I try to choose the modern women, the ones who are very educated and emancipated.
Real woman, real face.
Yeah, who believe in like being a woman. That is like being themselves rather.
All right.
That's what I look for.
Great. What about you, ma'am? What's your name and you're from?
Hi, my name is Komal Soni. I'm from Manikchand Jewellers.
Okay, so what is that one thing that you would like to keep in mind picking the face of your brand, or probably you have always kept in mind, like this is going to be the face of the brand, or these are going to be my criteria?
While choosing,
I think you can be face of your brand, like undoubtedly.
Thank you. Thank you so much. While choosing somebody as a face of a brand,
yes,
I think like she said, the type of jewelry you're into it. So the expression of the jewelry should match with the culture of the woman you actually you're portraying.
Yeah.
And also I would like to say, like again she already said my opinion. The true women, the women who believe in themselves.
Yes.
Who wants to come forward, who are the real successful women in a real field. So I would like to portray such women.
I mean, that's really true, Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think that's really true. We are celebrating, it was Women's Day a few days back, and we are celebrating power of women. So every brand, I think, they keep this in mind. They celebrate every story. They celebrate, I think that you guys celebrate stories, and that's what creates your jewelry. I think every piece of jewelry has a story. And right now, yes, Manik Chand Jewelers ka sequence hai. I have picked up the right person. I honestly haven't met you backstage, so we never met that way. But yes, it's Manik Chand's time, and Manik Chand Jewelers' name is synonymous with finest craftsmanship, purity, trust, and unique designs in gold, antique, kundan, and polki jarao, which are perfect blend of style and sophistication since 4 decades. They aim to provide quality services and products with the highest degree of customer satisfaction. The name and fame carries not only in the city of joy, but also spreading its wings in the entire Northeast at the time of forefathers. They value emotions attached to every piece of jewelry. As I just mentioned, every jewelry has a strong emotional quotient, and with every jewelry brand, there is an emotional touch to it. Before I play your sequence, I really want to ask you one question. Mic ta ma'am ke deben. So, what is that emotional quotient that is always there inside you while designing the jewelry? I don't know who designs. You design it yourself or your team?
I do.
Yes. Okay. So what is that one emotional quotient, you would like to mention?
I generally design jewelries from my inspirations. Recently I designed a jewelry inspired from the combination of 2 colors. Red and purple. So when you mix 2 colors in a water, drop a color in a water element, and when they mix, it flow ban jata hai. So that I was just painting, and I just got that inspiration of that color and the designing, the wave, the texture that was coming from my art. And so there are a lot of things. You get inspiration from colors. You get inspiration from spiritual line. All the scriptures, all the temples, you get inspirations from, any cut. Even if you start drawing in a paper and something, you're like, oh, this looks beautiful. This cut looks beautiful. I can make it in a design. So
that's beautiful. I think jokes apart, what I just said, each jewelry is priceless. It's truly priceless,
Yes, it is.
It's like, literally wo priceless wala sir bhabben na. But genuinely, each piece of jewelry designed with so much of heart and soul, so much of story behind each jewelry, I think makes them so very special, and they are definitely priceless. Here presenting Manik Chand Jewelers AV. Can we play the AV, please? Thank you.
मरोड़ी कलाई मोरी हाँ कलाई मोरी
we're gonna show the masterpieces in some time. कुछ पल का इंतजार और फिर हम देखेंगे मानिक चंद ज्वेलर्स का एक्सक्लूसिव कलेक्शन. Their jewelry is about purity. Their jewelry is about trust and unique designs. They're gonna showcase some amazing collections right here, right now, tonight, in front of everyone. We're gonna witness some masterpieces, exclusive collections, which will win everyone's heart and soul. As just they mention, they put in their heart and soul when they design their jewelry. There is a wave, there is a flow. And with that flow, we're gonna present to you today's exclusive collections right in front of you from Manik Chand Jewelers. जैसे हम कहते हैं फ्लाइट में कि अपने कुर्सी की पेटी बांध लीजिए, क्योंकि ये उड़ान टर्बुलेंसेस तो नहीं, बट हाँ गॉर्जियसनेस का पिटारा हो सकता है. आ रही है मानिक चंद ज्वेलर्स के ट्रेंड सेटिंग कलेक्शंस, which is not turbulence but definitely dose of gorgeousness. Are you ready? Can I hear the loudest of yes? Let's hear it out for Manik Chand Jewelers. Let's call in on stage Mr. Piyush Soni, Mr. Ayush Soni, and Mr. Abhishek Soni. A round of applause for this gorgeous collection from Manikchand Jewellers. That was a gorgeous collection from Manikchand Jewellers. Definitely The gorgeousness is on stage. Thank you so much, Mr. Piyush Soni, Ayush Soni, and Mr. Abhishek Soni. And thank you so much, gorgeous girls. Thank you. That was gorgeous, and we are eagerly waiting for our last collection from Nemichand Bamalwa and Sons. Well, yes, since I was talking about jewelry, and I just mentioned that in a jewelry in Bollywood, they go so along. You know, you remember these dialogues from movies like, मेरे घर से निकल जाओ, बेटे को निकाल दे. And Nirupa Rai, I think the most irresponsible mother in Bollywood who always loses his kids. Like, दो बच्चे में से एक बच्चे खो जाएगा ही. For sure, मिल भी जाते हैं. That's called kismat. Well, on that note, you know, Bollywood में ये होता है. Real जिंदगी में, we just keep our families totally with us, you know, stronger forever. We don't want them to, you know, leave us, or we don't want us to leave them. You know, that's like a thumb rule. Families, they stay together. Since we're talking about jewelry, we're talking about bondings, let me just talk about Nemichand Bamalwa and Sons. You know, this Nemichand Bamalwa and Sons, it's not about today. It's about generations and generations, you know. और मुझे हाल ही में पता चला है बात करते करते शीतल मैम से, like she mentioned, like, you know, just casually, like, you know, we stay together, we do this, and I just realized, got to know from her that 30 family members, they stay together in one house. Like 2022 में ये मेरा reaction है, but पहले ज़माने में यही होता था. Like, you know, there was nothing called nuclear family. It's always about families, you know, where everyone used to stay together. And I think 2022 May, when this amazing family staying together, and it reflects on their jewelry, their designs, the one which I'm wearing, I know they have these traditions inside them. There is bonds, there is values, there is so much more to it. I think, you know, because we have been asking questions, playing games, you know, doing a lot of fun, because we really want the models to get ready and wear the next jewelry and everything. But then, you know, this one is going to be a little different, because right now I'm going to call on stage Sheetal Bamalwa and Mr. Vinod Bamalwa. There's a small thing I really want to do with them. Before their line of design, line of collection, I want to call them on stage. Why don't you just come from the backstage? Yes. शीतल जी, आप अगर है backstage में, if you are really not busy because they are getting ready for the next sequence, I really would like to call her on stage. I think they are just busy at the backstage, but I just got to know their entire family members are right here present, right? Who are, just raise your hands from Nemichand Bamalwa and Sons से जो लोग हैं यहाँ पे. Okay, okay, amazing. And बाकी सब, like, I really want to ask you, what's your name? Can I get the microphone for her? I think पहले के ज़माने में ये सवाल अगर कोई एंकर जी पूछते, like being, I'm talking about फरीदा जलाल के ज़माने में कि 30 members in the family, they stay together with lot of love, lot of care, and नोक झोंक होती है, like नोक झोंक means fights and all, but that's so beautiful. मतलब ये कैसे, like how is that feeling? Because I'm from a nuclear family. I haven't experienced that. I've only seen in movies. To me, it's like a movie. So tell us about it. How beautiful it is. I think that's what reflects your jewelry. I mean, what's your name, ma'am?
My name is Priyanka Bamalwa.
And you are?
Ravi Bamalwa's wife.
Okay.
Yes. So it's a very beautiful journey.
Yeah.
We all live together, eat together, laugh together. There are so many good moments. Like with the kids, when we all are together, they are learning so much from everyone. Their elders, youngers. We all get lots of love. And
it's about values,
It's about values. So 3-4 generations are living together, which is a very big thing. And on all occasions, small occasions also, we don't feel like going out.
Yeah, I mean,
there are so many
house,
people. Yeah, it's very enjoyable at home. So we don't feel like going out. Only so many people around are there all the time. So we feel keep on sharing with each other and keep on learning. Also, there are fights also, and
I'm sure
so many loving moments also. Super caring moment, so it's very
I think you don't have to, like nuclear families have to think, बच्चे कहाँ पे रख के जाना. You don't have to think about it.
Never.
There is someone in the house for
We have
sure.
to find out where is my child.
Okay, who is the funniest in the family?
So many people.
So many. Okay, name one who is like around, probably, who is present here today. Ravi. Ravi Bamalwa. Mr. Ravi Bamalwa, the funniest man, the funniest person, one of the funniest.
And Vishal Bhaiya.
Vishal Bhaiya.
He's also super funny.
Okay, I want to ask this question to Vishal first.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Vishal, एक सवाल पूछना है, सच बताना है, okay? एकदम कसम ज्वेलरी की. You can't lie. कभी निकल के बस लेके आप लोग गाते गाते जाते हैं ABCDEFGH ऐसा हुआ है?
यहाँ पे नहीं, लेकिन और कोई सिटी में तो हुआ ही है.
हुआ है? Okay. So like 30 people singing together, you are the one who is driving the bus, like Salman Khan? No.
I chill at the back.
Okay, you chill at the back, like Saif Ali Khan.
Yeah.
All right, that's so beautiful. I think जो values है वो reflect करता है आपके jewelry में. I mean, you also would like to share something about it, the designs, the bond, the values which each of your collections that reflects that bonding, So you want to talk about it?
What I've learned from my father and my fathers, I would say, because the only thing we've learned is jewelry बनाओ तो ऐसी design बनाओ कि बेचने के वक्त तुमको तकलीफ हो.
That's so true. Yeah, you sell your product and you feel sad about it. Yeah, ये इतना अच्छा चीज था and everything. That's so true. So you have been standing for so long. Please sit down. It's okay. I'll get the microphone here itself. Why don't you come and join us here? Probably we are talking like. Yeah. So microphone to Vinod ji, right? Mr. Vinod Bamalwa. So, who is the naughtiest in the family? I'm not talking about the kids. Like बड़ों में भी होता है ना बहुत ही naughty वाले हमेशा बस हमेशा होता ही रहता है कुछ ना कुछ तो वैसा कौन है family में? Who is the one who is like really the naughtiest one?
I think the youngest one, Rohit. He's not here, but
okay.
I think he's the naughtiest one.
He's youngest as in he's like no, he's not. Rohit is not a kid, right?
He's not a kid.
He's not a kid.
Grown man.
Okay. And who is the most emotional one?
Oh, many.
I think that's emotional quotient is there in all your jewelry. So everyone is emotional in one way or the other. And who is like the one who is like very responsible, Everything is like wants everything to be like ekdam tip top hona chahiye and everything.
We have got couple of them.
Okay.
Vinay definitely is one of them.
Oh, achha, you also the line of family. I really missed it. Okay.
Sheetal also is, like that. Yeah.
That I understood. She's very, very tip and top. Like she wants everything on place, and that's how it should be. I think कोई एक celebration छोटा सा सेलिब्रेशन जो होता है आपके घर में, जो हम लोग के लिए छोटा सेलिब्रेशन है, बट इन योर फैमिली इट्स लाइक अ ग्रैंड वन. नेम वन फेस्टिवल, like one festival which is like very small festival, as in like, you know, in terms of its celebration quotient, but then आपके फैमिली में जाके वो दिवाली है, like छोटी वाली दिवाली. One such festival. राखी.
Rakhi.
I think राखी में तो आपके भाई बहन भी like 30 plus हो जाते हैं. I'm sure that time members in the family. All the, yeah. That's so beautiful. I really want to, please next time, Rohit ji, right? Rohit ji, Vishal ji, next time whenever you go out, take a bus in other city, please tag me on Instagram, you know, so that I know I get that Rajashri film feeling, you know.
Sure.
Hum saath saath feeling.
Done.
No, but jokes apart, you know, it's like fun and everything. We are just, you know, we're just enjoying this evening. But then there's this amazing feeling of staying together. And honestly, being, you know, because I'm from a nuclear family, and there are a lot of people who are from a nuclear family, they would realize, you know, how important it is, how priceless it is. सबसे कीमती सामान मैं दे दूँ ये चीज़ पाने के लिए, but that's not possible, right? So I think that's something I wish I should have in my next birth, probably. You know, I have a family, big family where we stay together. I get that feeling. I think that's beautiful, and I can go on and on and on about you, about your family, because it's so beautiful to know about each one of you. Right now, it's time for their collection. And last one, but definitely the gorgeousness, so wouldn't be any less. Let me share a few words about Nemichand Bamalwa and Sons. The next jeweler who is showcasing their jewelry is Nemichand Bamalwa and Sons. Nemichand Bamalwa and Sons, fondly known as NCB, are fourth generation leading jewelers specializing in fine diamond, polki and gold jewelry. The company has grown in its strength with the support of loyal customers over generations. NCB is primarily a bridal jewelry store. This collection is showcasing the variety of bridal jewelry available at the store. It has been designed and manufactured in-house and comparable to international standards of finishing. The jewelry is handmade in Bengal and caters to all the segments of society. NCB is famous as a value for money brand, known for its integrity and fair dealing with the customers as well as artisans, suppliers and the jewelry community as a whole. This community is all about values, bonds and relationships. We're going to talk more about it. We're going to see the exclusive collection, but before that, we're going to see the AV. Can we play the AV, please?
यही कुछ 40 साल पुरानी बात है. Nani gifted mom this gold necklace. It was so delicate, so stunning to look at. To mom, it was just a piece of jewelry to be worn on special occasion. It's Diwali now, year 2021. It's the first time I'll be wearing a sari, and mom pulled out this necklace. The exact one gifted to her by Nani. To me, it had the essence of my family, my place of belonging. To me, it was a beautiful responsibility. I was the keeper of a tradition. To me, it wasn't just a piece of jewelry. It was an heirloom.
Let's present for you tonight Nemichand Bamalwa and Sons. Let's call on stage Mr. Vinod Bamalwa and Sheetal Bamalwa. A round of applause for their lovely collection and for the lovely duo from Nemichand Bamalwa and Sons. Nemichand Bamalwa and Sons, a family of traditions, of bonds and value. A round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Let me also mention their wardrobe courtesy Aparna, Bihani and Priyanka Verma. Special thanks to Vachi for curating it for us. Thank you everyone. I would like to invite the entire Bamalwa family on stage. Please join us on stage. That's the beautiful family, Nemichand Bamalwa and Sons. The beautiful family is here on stage. As I just said, a family of traditions, of bonds and values. Once again, their wardrobe courtesy, Aparna, Bihani and Priyanka Verma. Special thanks to Vachi for curating it for us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was the end of this beautiful evening. I think the most beautiful part was you guys. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience. Last but not the least, let me also thank Tonmoy Bishash for a wonderful wardrobe that he has provided to both the sequences. And let's not forget a round of applause for Pinky Kenworthy for choreographing, curating and wonderfully managing this evening. Where is Pinky? Sean, apart from you, I'm also looking for Pinky desperately today. That's Pinky. A round of applause for her and the entire team who worked tirelessly at the backstage. To each and everyone, thank you so much for being there. Thank you.